Okay, good evening. This is Mayor Stewart, and I would like to call this, never mind. I would like to call this regular session to order and let everyone know that we do have Councilmember Marks and Councilmember Pease online. This is a new experience for us, so bear with us if we have a little technical difficulties. City Attorney, would you like to report out on the closed session?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The council met in closed session on 3 items this evening. One matter of real property negotiations, where council provided direction to staff on price and terms of payment. Sure, sorry about that. Sounds very loud from up here. So one matter of real property negotiations on which council provided staff direction for price and terms of payment. No further reportable action on that item. One matter of anticipated litigation with 3 anticipated potential cases, and also no reportable action on that item. And then a further item of conference with labor negotiators, with the labor groups and representatives as identified on the agenda. Also no reportable action on that item.
Great, thank you very much. And just wanted to remind everyone that we are trying to follow all of the COVID protocols. People are wearing masks if they would like. We do have extras in the lobby if you would like one. And of course, we are keeping the exterior door open on this hot day. It feels extra specially wonderful, but it is to actually provide the extra circulation of air. So Vice Mayor Christensen, would you please lead the council in the Pledge of Allegiance? Well, thank you, Vice Mayor. We are going to have a wonderful presentation today from Fire Chief Keith Agson. And you're going to introduce the members or new members of the fire department.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I first wanted to introduce part of our mobile crisis unit team, Erin Smith. So Erin, you want to come on up? Erin is originally from Southern California. She worked in San Diego, California, teaching deep seas fishing and outreach to children at the Mission Valley YMCA. At age 24, she joined the United States Coast Guard, where she operated high and medium endurance cutters with a mission of search and rescue, law enforcement, and defense operations. After the military, Erin pursued her passion for public service with a master's degree of social work program at Chico State with a concentration in first responder support, veteran mental health. Her primary focus of study includes human behavior, mental health de-escalation, trauma-informed care. In her free time, Erin enjoys dancing, paddleboarding, DJs electric dance music at local venues in San Luis Obispo. So please welcome Erin Smith.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, City Manager Johnson. I'm really excited to be here and appreciate the warm welcome this SLO has offered me and the opportunity. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to introduce Keanu Morrison. Keanu's a local. He grew up in Rio Grande, California. He currently lives in Shell Beach. Keanu has work experience in San Luis Obispo County, where he's worked in customer service, construction, and as a wildland firefighter. Keanu worked for the U.S. Forest Service and the Santa Barbara County Fire Departments on wildland fire hand crews. It's a very difficult job. He's earned his EMT through UCLA's Daniel Freeman School of Medicine and his Firefighter One Academy through Allen Hancock Community College, and he's currently working towards his bachelor's degree in business administration. Keanu's best friend is his wife, Madison, who he spends most of his time with, and he's extremely excited about the opportunity to work for the city of San Luis Obispo. When not working, he enjoys fishing, camping, and hiking all throughout California, and is an avid ultramarathon runner. Keanu is looking forward to making impacts in the lives of his community members by building a strong foundation for the Mobile Crisis Unit. Keanu.
Madam Mayor, City Council, and City Manager Johnson, thank you so much for the opportunity to work for the city. I'm extremely excited and really hope to help and achieve some of the major city goals in housing and homelessness, as well as build a great mobile crisis unit. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. We are extremely proud to have the Mobile Crisis Unit in full staff mode. City Manager, would you like to present the report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. We're going to queue up the slide deck. We've got a lot of different moving parts, so thanks to our city clerk for moving things around. I'm going to operate the slide deck from over here, so I think there we go. So, all right, just a brief update on COVID-19 and some of the data last week. And I just want to share with the city council, we've been having some conversations with our partners over at the county to start to release some of the wastewater data. So both Paso Robles and the city of San Luis Obispo, we do some sampling of COVID wastewater data. It is a science which I think shows trends, not necessarily particular data points of whether it's a good week or a bad week. I think there's more to it. And so we're working and putting the final touches of what that looks like with County Public Health Department, who will be the lead in responding to questions. Tonight, the data that I'm presenting is really the data that's reported out from County Public Health once a week on Wednesdays. Last week, we did see a slight uptick in cases. Countywide, there was about 873 new cases in the previous week. This does not include positive at-home test results, only results of the PCR test at SLO County. The 14-day average did increase from 73 to 98, and the Public Health Department is asking residents who tested positive for COVID-19 to follow up with questions and help health officials better understand the long-term impacts of COVID-19. And so if you've tested positive for COVID-19 in the past, please take the survey at slopublichealth.org/long-COVID. Moving on to other issues that our community is discussing and talking about is Water-Wise Landscape of the Month. And the city of San Luis Obispo wants to celebrate those who embrace water-wise landscaping and who put our natural resources to efficient use. So you have the opportunity to enter your property or nominate a property into by the 25th of each month to receive a complimentary Water-Wise Landscape sign for the chance to win a 45-gallon rain barrel through the Water-Wise Landscape of the Month competition. And you can learn more and submit your property to nominate a neighbor's property online at slowcity.org/water. Shifting to SLO PD online reporting. Online reporting is once again operational, and so just wanted to share that this is a convenient website that's been set up for members of the public to report non-emergency situations safely online. I just want to emphasize non-emergency. Once submitted, the reports are reviewed by the police department. Here are some examples of the incidents that can be reported online. Annoying communications, I won't go through them all. Identity theft, fraud, lost property, theft under $950, vandalism, and or graffiti. And so this is a new way. I think last year we saw nearly 1,500 different cases and reports that were brought through this portal, and it's a way for us to then make sure that we have either a field service technician or an officer go out and follow up as needed. The city recycling program, you may see in city facilities the new organics recycling, and this is part of our implementation of 1383, which is there to collect food scraps and food soiled paper. We've also expanded the program for also mixed recycling of additional types of plastics, and this is part of our lead by example as part of our climate action plan. So keep a look for these in city facilities. You'll see them tonight, for example, in the council hearing room, and you'll see them in other city facilities over the next few months. We also want to just share with the community, and you may have seen this, is that the state of California and the 988 suicide and crisis line in California has shifted so people can call or text 988, which is our suicide and crisis lifeline, if people are having thoughts of suicide, mental health, or substance use crises, or other kind of emotional distress. People can also call or text 988 if they're worried about a loved one who may need crisis support. And so this was a program that's brought forward by the state of California. Dialing 988 operates through what is formerly known as the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. It is a network of over 200 crisis call centers around the country. Congress designated 988 in 2020, and the Lifeline is transitioning to the 3-digit number on just this past week on July 16th. And as part of the federal government's commitment to addressing mental health crises in America, unprecedented federal resources have been invested to scale up this crisis center in support of 988. And so you'll see social media posts about this new resource. Our cultural grants and aid program, so the city of San Luis Obispo recognizes that cultural, social, and recreational events are a significant part of the overall quality of life and visitor attraction in San Luis Obispo. And so your committee, the PCC, or the Promotion Coordinating Committee, awarded the first of 9 of 25 cultural grants to the following organizations. I won't list those all. And next in Q2, the cultural GI application deadline is September 15th at noon, and you can visit slowcity.org/cultural GIA to learn more about this program. The city also recognizes that there are other unique challenges in the local nonprofit organizations have experienced during the COVID-19 pandemic. So in response, the city's sponsoring a one-time program to support the recovery and resilience of nonprofit arts and cultural organizations. You may have heard about some of these programs at the state and federal level. And so a total of 15 grants have been made available. You can see the list of organizations that the city has supported, and we've granted $5,000 each through a competitive grant program. You may have also seen one of our pilot programs in response to feedback that we've been receiving from the community, just to really highlight the location of pay stations in and around the downtown. As many people know, our old parking meters were a fading technology, and the vendor was no longer supporting the 2G wire service to keep those former parking meters connected. So we were essentially forced to move to a new system. These pay stations are located throughout the downtown, and we've gotten some feedback that they're hard to locate. So we've been wrapping them with similar designs at the kiosk going into the parking garages. You'll begin to see some signs change on some of these pay stations as well, and on some of the block faces, so that when you're parking, you can, as you pull up to a spot, if you're looking both directions, you'll know that you need to park, and there'll be 4-sided signs that are located on the top of these pay stations that clearly indicate where you can pay, or more conveniently, download one of many different apps that you can pay online and renew your time in a particular parking space. Super Rec Saturdays is happening right now, and it offers the public a full day of recreational swim on specific Saturdays. Each week has a superhero theme, and July 16 had over 500 attendees, up from 200 from the previous event at the Slow Swim Center. Activities include a costume parade, water balloon tossing, cannonball contest, obstacle course, and many other different types of activities. The expanded rec time frame for families and kids to enjoy the swim center longer on Saturdays is from 12 noon to 6 p.m. And the next 2 Super Rec Saturdays will be on Saturday, July the 30th, and on Saturday, August the 13th. The cost is $4 for youth and seniors and $4.50 for adults. Also want to highlight, you may have seen some of this posted on the SLO Police Department's social media pages, and after a 2-year hiatus, the city is participating in the National Night Out this year on August 2nd from 6 to 9. So what is National Night Out? It is an annual community building campaign that promotes police community partnerships and neighborhood camaraderie to make our neighborhoods safer and more caring places to live. We're inviting residents to host neighborhood parties on August 2nd and SLO PD will come to you for some fellowship and some fun. Other opportunities for the city engaging with our community is many of you know that the city is a nationally recognized community for our climate action work, and we continue to implement the Climate Action Plan. And we want to take a moment to celebrate the success of a half decade of the climate action with our departments and our community partners. So we're asking the community to join us at Sinsheimer Park for booths, kid activities, music, and food, and to learn how climate action has contributed to the community's well-being. The event is the same day as the Parks and Recreation Super Rec Saturdays, which offers a full day of rec swim, as I just talked about. And that event is on Saturday, August the 13th, from 10 to noon over at Sinsheimer Park. And my last slide for the city manager report this week is Meetup Mondays. We're having a great amount of success. I think we had nearly 400 people that turned up recently. Was it at Islay Park, I believe, was our last event. And we'll be hosting the next Monday meetup on August 15th from 5:30 to 7:30 at Emerson Park. And so the events are lots of fun. They include food trucks, music, games, and a few city departments will be on hand sharing information about city programs, projects, and job opportunities. And with that, Madam Mayor, that concludes my report, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Andy, do you have any questions? Oh, I'm throwing you off. I'm gonna ask a quick question. Oh, there we go.
No, I'm all set, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Councilmember Marks. Oh, okay. Just a quick question around the signs. Did you mention that, is there gonna be lit signs on the top of the parking pay stations?
We're going to be looking initially at additional signage. I had some conversations with our Public Works Director about lighting. I don't know, Matt, if you want to address kind of our approach to improving signage for parking and, you know, initially moving forward with additional signing and whether or not we can then find solar lighting that might be adaptable to those locations.
It's more comfortable anyway. So parking meter signage, yeah. City Manager Johnson and I had a conversation about enhancing parking meter signage. We looked at it from several different advantages. One way is, making sure that the signage is easily seen from both directions of travel and really kind of trying to make it stand out from other signage that's in the downtown. We also looked at some thoughts on trying to light the signage and provide more wayfinding to the multi-space pay meters. The issue with that right now is getting electrical connections or solar lighting and lighting it up is it's not impossible. It's more challenging than just replacing the signs. And given all of our current workloads with the parking access management plan, building the cultural arts district parking structure, and implementing some other technologies in the downtown, we thought that focusing on the fundamentals of just signage prior to lighting might be in the program's best interest.
Sounds good. I agree. Thank you. Councilmember Marks, were you wanting to ask a question?
Or solar lighting it up is it's not impossible. It's
Councilmember
more
Marks?
challenging than just replacing the signs. Given all of our current workloads with the parking access management plan, building cultural arts district parking structure, and implementing some other technologies in the downtown, we thought that focusing on the fundamentals of this signage prior to lighting might be in the program's best interest.
Sounds good, I agree, thank you. Councilmember Marks, were you wanting to ask a question. Can you hear me? Let me see.
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Madam Mayor, if I could just make a suggestion, Councilmember Marks, you need to mute the YouTube sound and have your sound feed through Teams. Because otherwise you're getting the delay.
Okay. I think I did it. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do my other council members have any questions? Great. We'll press the button. Okay, thank you. Now is the time for public comment if it is for an item that is not on the agenda. So if you have an item that is not on the agenda and have not turned in one of those yellow half slips, then go ahead and send that in now. Otherwise, I will find out how many comments we have. Not yet. It timed me out.
We have two. I can call.
Thank you.
I'll
Thank
call
you.
them. If I can find it. Okay, our first speaker is Fitz Kelly.
Hi, I'm Fitz Kelly, and I live on Bouchon Street, and I spoke to the council 2 weeks ago. And my concerns then were the huge explosion in population or construction projects in the city. Is that working?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the concern was how fast this city is exploding in potential population. And what, at the end of my comments and at the end of the public comments section, the city manager indicated that the city was complying, if I can remember correctly, with the 1% growth per year, which is the designated goal of at least this city, maybe other cities also. Oh, hello. And I'd like him to give the council a readout in maybe the next council meeting on how he comes up with that, because Rigetti Ranch is still filling out. San Luis is exploding with lots and lots of new houses. Avila Ranch has not even started taking residents yet. Plus there are other projects across town. And I'd like the city to be aware of how the city manager came up with that figure of 1%. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Is the helicopter landing in our parking lot?
It's going away. The next speaker is Jeffrey Speck.
Thank you.
Good evening. Oh, sorry. My name is Jeffrey Specht, lifetime resident of San Luis Obispo. Tonight, I would like to speak of my concerns of what I have seen circulating around the Laguna Lake area from your staff. It is a survey to see if people want to spend their money to park in front of houses that they own or rent with the permits that you would hang in your mirrors that have been targeted in certain areas of San Luis Obispo. I don't know about you, I don't want to pay money, although I do, to park in front of my house. It would appear that staff, with this survey, staff is going to make a determination whether or not you folks vote to do exactly this. We all know how that's going to go. It's going to be on the agenda to make a vote, and we know how that's going to go. Staff is directing you to take advantage of more of we the people shortly in the future here. For every 1,000 houses, that's a minimum of $40,000 that you're gonna gouge we the people for. You just raised the permits. You found a way to come up with revenue for this parking garage that you don't have the money to build. And the fact of the matter is, you shouldn't be doing this on the shoulders and backs of we the people. And City Council Member Marks and City Council Member Christensen, you folks said with your own words, tough. The people may not like this, but they're just gonna have to get used to it. This does not serve we the people. Folks, when you have time to vote, do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers, City Clerk?
Not on this item.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to share about a parking
Yeah,
district
Madam
survey?
Mayor, if I could have Michael Codron, our Community Development Director, just come up. And I think last time I mentioned to the speaker about growth management that the data and all the calculations are in the annual report that was presented into the council, I believe, in April, but I'll let Michael cover that.
All right, thank you, Derek. Thank you, Mayor Stewart, members of the council. I just wanted to call out for the speaker that the city does publish a general plan annual report on an annual basis. There was an agenda report and a video presentation that's available to view online and on demand. And just a little bit of background information, the city is planning 1% growth average annually through our build out, which is between now and 2035. So in terms of all of the projects that are under construction, right now is a housing cycle where we're seeing a lot of production, but a few years ago we were seeing literally no production or very low production. So on average, we are on track for 1% growth across our general plan. In terms of what that means for population, based on the latest state of California estimates, our population is about 47,500 residents. Our build-out capacity is 57,200 residents, and so our plan is to grow over 20 years, which is our general plan time horizon. We plan to grow about 1% per year, which would be 10,000, residents in total. So time will tell if we get there based on cycles in the housing market and other constraints. We're also seeing that average household size continues to fall from 2.6 back in 1994 when we did our previous general plan to 2.2 more recently. So that's when you average that over 20,000 plus housing units like we have, that means we've been building but kind of running in place as it relates to population growth. So we're tracking all of that. We report on it annually and be happy to follow up with the speaker and provide more information. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Is there a parking district update you want to give?
Yeah, just briefly, and I can ask Mr. Horn, just in general, we have a neighborhood parking management program. I just want to remind everyone that is neighborhood initiated. So it's initiated by neighbors when they want to control the amount of demand in their neighborhood. It's not initiated by the city. The city in turn then proctors a process to see if there's interest, and then we tally those votes and then we bring it forward to the city council. And I just encourage everyone to go online at www.slowcity.org. It describes the process to both initiate and how they're formed and then manage moving forward.
Great, thank you. That's what I was assuming the survey probably was, but thank you, Mr. Horn.
Yeah, just to add on to that, it's not the Laguna Lake area, but it's more about Duval Park area, so it's very similar to the area described. And there's just one other thing is while being initiated by the residential areas for the preferential parking areas, the permit fees for that don't cover the cost of the program. So it's a service we provide for the community to manage the parking in and around their neighborhoods. So that's about it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Codron, for offering to meet with the speaker. I know that was a very thorough meeting we had. The spreadsheet was amazing and shared where we're at and all of our different numbers of housing, so thank you. Okay, so now we move to consent agenda, and consent agenda is items that are usually considered not controversial. Doesn't always end up the case. So in case there's something that a council member would like to pull off of the consent agenda, I'm going to go ahead and ask Councilmember Marks and Councilmember Pease if they would like to pull any items from consent. And I see that Councilmember Pease has her hand raised.
Thank you so much. I don't have any to pull. I need to recuse from item 6D, the building electrification item. And then I have a couple of clarifying questions for 6I about the crosswalk improvements and 6C for sidewalk cafes. I don't know if you want me to ask them now or wait until we see if there are others that are any items of those getting pulled.
Let's go ahead and wait, because I think I personally will be pulling 6I, so. Thank you. Anything else? No? Okay. Well, I'd love to have 6I pulled so that we could have some explanation from staff to help answer some of the questions that have come to us via email. Obviously, this room is already full. If we had the amount of emails and people that the amount of emails were, we'd be overflowing out of this building. And there were a lot of questions around two specific projects. Well, three, but two specifically around 6I. So I thought if it would be okay to pull that, that would be great. You want to go ahead and move? That's what I was going to ask. Yeah, thank you. So with the clarifying question, Councilmember Pease on 6C, do you want to go ahead and ask your question real quick?
Thank you so much. On 6C, the sidewalk cafe, there was a question that came up at the very end of the meeting after we had voted, and I was hoping to get clarification from community development. If there's an appeal for an approval about a sidewalk cafe, it would be final at the Planning Commission, and I wanted to get clarification if that's on par with other items of a similar level, that Planning Commission is final in other situations as well.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Pease, Mayor Stewart. Yes, that is on par with other decisions such as director's action items like fence height exceptions. Other things with the same fee are final at the Planning Commission. So my decisions are appealable to the Planning Commission, and their action is final.
Terrific.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm good with if there were no other questions, I'd be happy to move the consent agenda other than 6I in my own recusal.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and do public comment first, and then we can do that.
Thank you.
So right now, I have two members of public comment for items other than 6I. And first, I have Lindy Hatcher, and then Joe Benson.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart, City Council, and Lindy Hatcher, Executive Director of the HBA of the Central Coast, speaking on behalf of my organization on item 6D. We are not in favor of an all-electric mandate at this time. We're not saying don't do it at all. If that is the wave of the future, we will absolutely ride it. We heard your if not now, then when argument. The most logical, sensible when is after the grid updates are complete, when the grid can handle it. Why would we normalize brownouts and blackouts that cause their own health and safety hazards? Taxing the grid affects everyone using it. If the grid could handle the current demand, we would not face blackouts and brownouts, not see POTUS, Department of Energy, Governor Newsom, and four and our legislature all trying to keep Diablo Canyon open to salvage the whopping 10% of California's electricity it produces. Outages demand higher electricity prices for grid updates, which directly correlate with high electric prices and the implementation of some of America's most aggressive, stringent renewable energy mandates. Your decisions are not made in a vacuum. They have intended and unintended consequences, especially on the poor and middle class. The 2019 study, Do Renewable Portfolios Standards Deliver, by academics Greenstone and Nath at the University of Chicago, found that renewable energy mandates lead to substantial increases in electricity prices. I know this does not fit neatly into the climate change agenda, but I sent you the links earlier today in a document if you'd like to check out some of this information that I'm referencing. SLO is already at the top in the top 5 most expensive cities in the county. Please do not continue to implement further policies that are anti-poor and anti-working class. While that might not be the intent, that is the outcome. See the report I sent from the Public Policy Institute of California stating that more than 1/3 of Californians are living in or near poverty. California has the largest Latino population in America, around 15 million. That's roughly 40% of the state's population, but a whopping 52% of poor Californians. Jennifer Hernandez of the Latino Leaders Group, the 200, sued California over its climate, housing, and transportation policies. The 250-page civil rights lawsuit claims entrenched special interest groups and environmentalists block meaningful housing policy and reforms. We ask you to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Joe Benson and City Clerk. Are there any other consent? Oh. We'll listen to Joe Benson. We'll come back.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. I would just offer a quick comment at item 6F. While I completely understand the risks involved in maintaining a fare box ratio of 20% to avoid losing state funding, to suggest a more aggressive approach in getting Cal Poly back to the negotiating table and properly engaged in providing an equitable cost recovery. As such, I suggest that a 1-year bridge agreement be considered instead of the proposed 2-year. In my experience of negotiating material transactions, the pressure of time running out does wonderful things for a party not motivated to come back to the table, as appears to be the case here with Cal Poly. I also noticed an error on page 109 of the packet. It lists the city's carbon neutrality goal as being in 2030 instead of 2035. Thanks.
Thank you. The city's climate desire is actually 2030, so that's why that's there. Do we have any other consent agenda public comment?
Not on consent, but I did miss one for items not on the agenda, so maybe before we go on to the business items, we can call that one.
Okay, great. We'll finish consent first. Okay.
Mayor Stewart, I had a correction to make, so I wanted to follow up on that item in terms of appeals. So appeals of tree removals that are not associated with development, so those are my decisions, and they are appealable to the Planning Commission, and those are not appealable to the City Council. And then with the action that the City Council took regarding parklets, those would be decisions of mine that would be final at the Planning Commission. But I jumped the gun regarding fence height exceptions and other director actions. So those are changes that we are contemplating as part of our ongoing improvements to the zoning regulations, but those are not in place at this time. So I just wanted to be sure that you had that information. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Pease, do you want to still move forward, or did you want to pull that separately?
That's fine. It sounds like there's precedence in terms of what the decision for a tree removal is in terms of it being final at the Planning Commission.
Great.
I think I'm understanding that right. But the other examples were not in place yet.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Or might be. Yeah. then I'm still comfortable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the motion was Councilmember Pease to move the consent agenda except for recusing herself on 6D, and we'll move 6I after.
So I'll go ahead and second that motion,
Thank you, Vice Mayor Christensen.
including her recused item.
Thank you. And City Clerk, will you call roll?
Councilmember Pease,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Christensen,
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman,
Yes.
Good evening.
Councilmember
City Council, and
Marks,
Executive Director of the HBA of the Central Coast.
Councilmember Marks,
On item 6D. We are not in favor of an all-electric mandate at this time. I think she's on a delay for the YouTube channel.
Yes, if we could, when the audio catches up, Councilmember Marks, we need you to use your audio from Teams and not YouTube.
phone.
Your phone,
And for
sorry, your
YouTube,
phone.
she needs to
Use your phone.
click on the live button. Blackout cause their own health and safety hazards. Taxing the grid affects everyone using it. If the grid could handle the current demand, we would not face blackouts and brownouts, not see POTUS, Department.
But I don't know when she's unmuted.
Should we take just a 2-minute tech break?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and take a couple-minute tech break.
Great, thank you.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Marks? We're voting now.
We're voting on the consent agenda, is that
All but item I, yes.
Yes, I vote yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, so the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much, with a recusal, of course, of Councilmember Pease on item 6D as in David. All right, so on 6I, there have been some questions or some emails regarding Sydney and Johnson and South and King, and I would love to hear a little bit more on that. I am very thankful we'll have more pedestrian and bike crossings, but need a little bit more.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've got Luke Schwartz, our transportation manager. We've got a short slide deck to just walk you through some of the options and alternatives that we work through in part of our community engagement, and a little bit more on King and South, a little bit about, what is the two-phased approach that we're working on.
There we go. Thank you, City Manager Johnson, Madam Mayor, Council. It's a pleasure to be here. We're happy to answer whatever questions you may have. We have some slides prepared that might help illustrate and explain some details about some of the elements of the project. Just as a background, this is a project that's been in kind of planning and design process for almost the last 2 years. We've gone through a few iterations and revisions to the plans based on community feedback, as well as input from the Active Transportation Committee. Just as background, these were projects or intersection crossing locations that were identified in the Active Transportation Plan as being the highest priority crossing needs. These are located near schools, along neighborhood greenways, and were prioritized as kind of the first phase of locations where we were looking to make crossing safer and more comfortable. I can touch on some of the specific questions that have come up in common themes from the agenda correspondence, and if there's other questions, we're happy to take those on and walk through slides that might help communicate that. I'd say the two items that we've gotten the most consistent questions or feedback on are some questions about the design elements and traffic operations on Johnson Avenue or the Johnson-Sydney School crossing, as well as at the intersection of South and King, which is one of the other crossing locations included in the project. I'd like to mention too, I'm also joined here with Justin Wong, transportation planner engineer from my team, who's the project manager on this. I'll start with just some background on the Johnson and Sydney crossing. This crossing has an existing kind of passive school beacon system that's only active certain times a day. It kind of passively wig-wags yellow. We found it to be not to be extremely effective. And we've had ongoing concerns with high traffic speeds, illegal speeding, reckless driving on Johnson Avenue, which is currently 4 lanes with no center turn lane, narrow parking and narrow bike lanes. In fact, in the last month, we've had 2 collisions involving shearing off a fire hydrant and completely mowing down one of our speed feedback signs, which is mounted in the sidewalk. So there's an ongoing collision history. It's been a challenge for our engineering team and our police department to adequately enforce Johnson. So the current design is proposing a pilot road diet, which is reducing the number of traffic lanes from 4 to 3. So you have a single lane in each direction and a continuous center turn lane. We've had success with several other past road diets in the city, including on South Street, on another stretch of Johnson just to the south between Laurel Lane and Orcutt, and most recently on Laurel Lane itself, where we've seen speeds come down, collision rates come down. And in guiding that design, there's a couple things we look at. One is how can we make the crossing as safe as possible? And one of the primary reasons for looking at a road diet is you eliminate the number of lanes that a person has to cross, and also reduce the potential for what we call a dual threat collision, where a driver might stop and yield in one lane of traffic to someone in the crossing, but the driver in the adjacent lane might not have a clear view of the person that's blocked by the adjacent car and go through, which is a safety concern for us. The other is just there's a lot of data about the benefits of road diets in the right situations. They have clear benefits in terms of illegal speeding reductions, collision rate reductions, and really injury collision rate reductions. And so in guiding that decision, a couple of things we look at are what are our traffic volumes right now? What are they looking like in the 5 to 10 year horizon with projects that are already approved and building out? And then what's our long-term traffic projections along Johnson with build out of the rest of the city and growth in the surrounding areas in the county? And as we look at that, we find the volumes right now in the 5 to 10 year horizon are just perfectly within that sweet spot that has been found to work well with a 4 to 3 lane road diet. As we get into our 20-year horizon, they're still within the kind of maximum range that can typically work, but it's something that we can monitor over time. And so the current proposal is to start as a pilot project where we would stripe the road diet and install the upgraded flashing beacons, which are push-button systems that have a lot more vibrant strobe. And we're proposing beacons on both the corners of the crossing and in the center median to make it extremely visible to drivers. And the plan is essentially to do this as a test with paint and lower cost materials, monitor it over the next year to see if we have concerns, if there's things that aren't working properly, if there's things that can be improved upon. And then this stretch of Johnson's already in our paving program schedule for fall of 2023. So it gives us an opportunity to observe the designs and make changes if needed before we would come back to the council for approval to move forward with that project and make these changes permanent as part of the pavement maintenance and permanent restriping along this stretch. So that's a little background just on that project. I know some of the questions we've had is a road diet going to work? What kind of traffic analysis has been done? And we've had a lot of experience with these projects and have found that the volumes are kind of right in that perfect spot. Just for reference, the current volumes on South Street are about 3,000 to 4,000 vehicles per day higher than they are on this stretch of Johnson, and that road diet was very successful when it was done about 10 years ago before Caltrans relinquished that stretch to the city, and that was an address again to safety and actually a really severe fatal collision on that street. So that's the type of thing we're trying to avoid on Johnson. Another question that's come up, and this will relate to the South and King location as well, is why aren't we moving forward with something like a traffic signal or a pedestrian hybrid beacon or an all-way stop? And there are engineering thresholds we have to look at that are adopted by Caltrans, and we have to meet those thresholds in order to legally install something like a traffic signal or a hybrid beacon. At Johnson and Sydney, the conditions do not meet warrants for a traffic signal, and they're unlikely to at any point in time in the horizon. They don't quite meet the warrants for a pedestrian hybrid beacon, and mainly because the crossing demand right now is not high enough. And we feel that part of that's because it's very challenging to cross there, and that we expect that with these initial improvements that might increase the crossing demand when this is safer and more comfortable to cross, which might help us meet those warrants. So something like a hybrid beacon could be a later phase solution. They also a funding and kind of timeline difference when looking at something like an RRFB beacon, which we're proposing now, versus a hybrid beacon, which is essentially the same equipment and infrastructure as a full traffic signal. Shifting over to the South and King intersection, the primary feedback we've gotten on that is, hey, this needs a lot of improvement. what you're doing now is helpful, but really want to see something like a hybrid beacon at that location. And that location does meet warrants for a hybrid beacon right now. The reason it's not proposed currently as part of this project is twofold. One is cost. A hybrid beacon is about $400,000 to $500,000 to install. And then time frame from starting design to coordinating with PG&E for new electrical service to advertising for construction to ordering signal equipment, which can take 6 to 8 months just to deliver. It's about a 1.5 to 2 year process. So we've been aggressively pursuing grant funding that could allow us to get to that next stage. And in fact, it's looking very fortunate for us with one of our grant opportunities we applied for through SlowCog, that we could be seeing board action on a recommendation to fund that project in August. And if so, we have the capacity to start design, but it's still likely 1.5 to 2 years before we build and install that hybrid beacon as an upgrade. So what we're proposing to move forward with is a RRFB or a push button beacon system now, which we can get safety improvements day one while working towards that upgrade at a later phase, which we're very optimistic about being able to fund through a grant opportunity that we've been pursuing. With that said, if there's any other specific questions on the design or process or any of these locations, I'm happy to handle those between myself and Justin.
Thank you so much. I think that's wonderful for everyone to hear that feels like being here or listening to this later. There are some people who have brought up the slow cog, so I thank you for explaining that the board action is not actually done. If that was done quicker than originally expected, would you then switch over to the hybrid beacon instead?
Yes, so we actually have applied for 2 grants that cover that portion of the project. One is through a Caltrans ATP program, which funded our railroad safety trail project. That includes the full Higuera corridor and a spur connecting in through Meadow Park and then crossing at South and King. We applied for similar funding through SlowCog, although the pot of funding is smaller. And the SlowCog grant, as I mentioned, there's a technical advisory committee that weighs in first on their staff recommendations, and our application, which would cover that hybrid beacon, was the top rated scoring project application, which we hear at this point, but like I said, it's not finalized until the board takes action on those funding recommendations. So really what we're doing doesn't preclude that, and we could start design as soon as we know that that funding is happening. But it's just a lengthy process. I think with the last hybrid beacon we installed, it was 8 months from day that we submitted an application to PG&E to have a design of where they're gonna power it from. So we'd be making progress towards that, and what would be great is if we're able to do that, we pull those RFBs out and have those as spares for others around the city that might need replacement.
Great, thank you. And then last question for me is the Sidney and Johnson area, there were some comments around turning right on Bishop and turning right at Slow High School, and I have to say I do commute that every single day pretty much, and without having the right to turn on Bishop, I can't imagine how it won't back up. So can you share that?
Yeah, and Justin, maybe you can advance to the slide that shows the current designs. The reduction from the current 4 lanes to 3 actually takes place south of the Bishop intersection. In fact, the point where you go northbound heading towards like downtown, where you go from 1 lane opening up to 2, happens about 800 feet south of Bishop. And part of that's by design. We look at the current and long-term queuing at that intersection to make sure we can hold that storage of 2 lanes of traffic when you hit a red light at Bishop, so that the neck down to 1 lane in each direction happens south of there. So there are actually no changes to the number of lanes or operations at the Bishop intersection. It's really once you get south of that point that there's no intersections and it's really 1 lane in each direction that we've accommodated for that so that we're not backing up further than it does now.
Great, thank you. Sorry I missed that. Councilmember Schwarzman.
Yeah, just to go back to the South King crossing just for a second. So you said that to put in a pedestrian hybrid beacon, it takes 18 months to 2 years. And I'm assuming that you mean that's if you were like starting basically the design phase now, it would be 2 years from now potentially before you could put that in place, correct?
Yeah, I'd say 18 months to 2 years is probably the quickest we could get action on that. If we were starting now, you'd have maybe 6 months to go through design. It's really PG&E coordination, just to even get an approved design that we know where they're gonna hook this up, that we can even move forward to bidding the project. And then most recently, the signal poles and equipment have been a 6 to 8 month lead time from equipment ordering. And then from there, there's the, a few months of actual construction, putting the underground conduits and mounting poles. And then there's typically often another delay to get PG&E back out to power things up and turn it on.
So that's kind of regardless of whether or not these funding sources come through. It's just it takes a long time.
Correct. If we had money right now, it would be an 18-month to 2-year horizon. And it's looking like we're optimistic that we can move forward with that. And it was a desire of ours and also a specific recommendation of the ATC when we presented this item to them to say, hey, let's improve the safety now as quickly as we can, but as aggressively as staff can pursue funding to get to that next phase.
And to just put it into perspective, in order to get moving on the RRFB in that same location in the interim time period, not to pigeonhole you into a particular time frame, but what would be the approximate time frame of getting that into place?
The RFBs, just an example, have a lead time of about 5 to 6 weeks. So if we could bid this, today, we'd be getting bids in about a month. Starting construction a few weeks after that, and then the biggest factor is getting the curb ramp upgrades in first while we're waiting for the RFB equipment to arrive, which is about a month and a half. So we're talking about from construction start, from now to project completion, 4 to 6 months versus a year and a half to 2 years for the hybrid beacons.
So it really is kind of a reasonable first step solution to get something in place sooner rather than waiting for the potentially 2 years or a year and a half to get the Cadillac version of the PHB.
Right. And if we were talking just about cost savings, well, what if we didn't do RFBs now and use that as money towards the hybrid beacon? Just for context, at South and King, where we're doing beacons on each side of the crossing and in the existing median, including push buttons that can be actuated for pedestrians on the curb ramps and for bicyclists in the curbside approaches. It's about $40,000 to $50,000 for the beacon equipment compared to $400,000 to $500,000 for the hybrid beacon system. So it's quicker delivery, more cost-effective first step.
Okay, and then one last question on the Sidney Johnson crossing and some questions that came in about the section, I guess it would be north of Bishop Street between Bishop and San Luis Drive, and maybe this is what you were sort of implying, but so far what we're talking about is between Laurel and Bishop. What would be the steps needed if we decided to go the route of narrowing and doing a road diet on the rest of Johnson? What would have to happen first before we would do that?
Sure. It's actually a question that's come up by several residents, including a former council member, saying, why can't you look at doing this further up on Johnson ahead of the next paving project? It's been looked at. The volumes there, once you get to Bishop, Ella, to the consecutive signals, it doesn't work as easily with narrower lanes. We've had construction and some signal malfunctions when there's been fog, but with the detection that it's backed up significantly. So it's something we plan on looking at as we work through more analysis and monitoring of the current plan road diet, which is south of Bishop only. We're looking at updated volumes to see, is that something that's even worth exploring north? And it's something that I'm sure the ATC will have interest in. When we've looked at it recently, it was not, we wouldn't be able to do a road data along that stretch and still operate within the city's adopted performance thresholds for moving traffic.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the context of the question that came in was people concerned about access to French Hospital, emergency services, that sort of thing. If it was narrowed and put on a road diet. So
it affects our emergency response, our transit services. So we don't want traffic to move significantly slower or back up significantly. With the current project, we did have a question about, is this going to affect emergency response between Bishop and Laurel? And ultimately, we're not changing the clear width within the road at all. We're having wider bike lanes and buffers, which allow a same place for people to pull over as if they have 2 lanes. And also providing a center turn lane, which doesn't exist continuously now, which an emergency vehicle can use just to bypass the whole rest of the traffic on the street.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. City Clerk, I can't see the other 2 council members. Are there any hands raised of them?
No, they're not.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you so much. If there's no other questions, I'm happy to move 6I. Is there a second? Oh, sorry about that. There's some comment. Public comment, we have at least 4 people, so sorry about that. At least 4 people for public comment. Karen Christian. And after Karen Christian, we'll have Amaya Weddle.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart, City Manager Johnson, council members. My name is Karen Christian. I am a professor of Spanish at Cal Poly, chair of the World Languages and Cultures Department, and also a resident of the neighborhood near South Street and King. And so I'd like to just comment. I'm actually here speaking on behalf of the numerous Latino residents of that area. And at a recent English Learners Advisory Council meeting, I had the opportunity to hear from the residents of that area and some of their concerns about the crossing. And I'm encouraged to hear that plans are moving forward to put in, it sounds like initially a flashing light, which will then move toward the hybrid beacon. And so as I said, I'm very encouraged to hear that, because the concerns of these families are that there really is a need for a full signal at this intersection. I think many, or probably most of you, know how rapidly traffic goes through there, how high the volume is. And there are many families in that area who cross in order to get their children to Hawthorne Elementary. And they expressed at this meeting just how dangerous it is to cross there. And those of you who have lived here for a while may remember, I want to say about 15 years ago, when a young girl was killed crossing the street. And she was a member of this Latino community. And so there's a strong memory of that among the people, and they're very, very concerned about it. They want to be able to walk their kids to school. They want to be able to send their kids on bikes. Obviously, this encourages healthy living, and a full signal will make this much more possible for people. And they expressed, as these are Spanish speakers, and were concerned that their voices be heard, that the mayor would be able to hear them. And so I'm speaking, as I said, in their capacity. So that's really all that I have to say. As I said, I like to see the direction that things are moving, but I want to make certain that everyone understands how important this is to that community. Thank you.
Thank you, and I just want to say thank you for sending in the responses from the ELAC students. I really appreciated seeing those notes, and be happy to come anytime. Next, we have Amaya Weddle and then Rob Moss.
Hello, good evening. My name is Amaya Weddle, and I'm here as a working mom and a work-from-home mom living in the Meadow Park area. I've had the privilege of being able to walk my children to school every day post-pandemic. My 2 girls, Rainbow and Willow, they're here. They attend Hawthorne Elementary. And in walking the kids to school and back, we've experienced several scary situations. I've had to teach my children to look in the eyes of the drivers. We've had several near misses that were frightening. And so I was really wanting to advocate for a solution that's fast. I'm in product management, software development, and we have this concept of an MVP, like a minimum viable product. What can we put out to the community or to our users that's going to make a difference soon? So I'm very encouraged to hear the council's suggestion that we first start with something small. I want to do anything we can to get lines painted on the road so that people know this is a pedestrian area and we feel safe crossing. And I'm very excited also about potential funding sources to make it the hybrid beacon solution that's even more advanced. So I'm glad to hear things are going in the right direction. Just want to continue advocating for this to move forward with an even better solution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have Rob Moss and then Leah Brooks.
Hi, I'm Rob Moss. I'm a homeowner in the Meadow Park area, and I wanted to thank the council members for responding to my email And Luke, I wanted to thank you for giving us lots of useful information. I've lived in this area for about 16 years, and so I've seen the road diet and seen how that's made South Street minimally passable at this point with the little island in the middle. And I think the blinking lights are going to be great, but I want to push for the PHB just to make it as safe as possible. And I cross that crossing often multiple times a day for getting my kids to Hawthorne or going to work or going downtown. And so the progress that we're seeing on this is great. And I want to encourage to get to that PHB as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have Leah Brooks.
I'm Leah Brooks. I'm commenting tonight as Vice Chair of the Active Transportation Committee. Just wanted to let you know that the ATC spent considerable time identifying the intersections in the Active Transportation Plan that need safety improvements for bicyclists and pedestrians, and on the priority list for your consideration tonight. The ATC also recommended that the city move forward with their rectangular rapid flashing beacon systems, with an emphasis that a pedestrian hybrid beacon, similar to what's been installed at Foothill and Farini and brought at Woodbridge, be installed on South Street at King when funding is secured. As Luke reported, SLOCOG staff has recommended a community betterment funding grant for the hybrid beacon on South Street at King that the SLOCOG board will consider at its August 3rd meeting. So, and just on behalf of the ATC, we are thrilled that these intersections will soon be much safer for pedestrian and bicycle crossings. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have one more, Helene Finger.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I also want to extend a thank you to Luke Swartz for his comments to clarify what was going on. Super excited about the plans that we have for South, and the fact that we're going to have something happening quickly, but also that we're moving towards this PHB. As has been mentioned, SLOCOG funding for the community betterment has ranked the project, which has a very long name. It's Complete Streets Improvements and Safe Routes to School Gap Closure Project, number 1, and they're going to vote on that on August 3rd. So in 2 weeks, it's more likely than not that that funding will be approved. And so I had like a question and a request. The question is, when the funding is approved on August 3rd, is the signal going to be what the city staff will use that funding for? Because it's a large project. That's my first question to have out there. And then the next question is a request maybe that we direct staff to begin work on August 3rd, contingent on that funding being awarded. So that's my 2 bits, but I'm really, really encouraged about what I've heard here. This is as close as we've come, and this has been a long time, and super excited about it. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for always providing some really interesting support and introducing me to the area on my bike as well. Luke, would you like to respond?
Yeah, just to address those questions. One is, as part of the design work, which we already have contract engineering support for the Higuera Complete Street project, is we have scope in that budget to assist with design of this beacon if we are successful with one of these grant pursuits. So we believe we have the resources, whether it's internal staff or one of our consultant resources, to start work when the funding is available. And then just make sure I have the other question. In the SLOCOG grant application, there is a portion where you can describe the full scope of the project. And then also, if the funding amount is not funding the full project, are there specific components that have independent utility that you can move forward with regardless of whether it's built up front or as part of the larger project? So the total grant request is a gap closure project that covers the whole Higuera corridor, a section east with connects to like the existing hybrid beacon at Woodbridge and Broad, and also through Meadow Park up to South King. And it also had a component west to bridge the gap from like Higuera Madonna, along Madonna to the Madonna shared use path. So basically there's these links in our Safe Route to School network that have huge gaps that we're trying to close. And so to long story short, we have the capacity to just fund the crossing improvement at South and King, and some of the connectivity within that Meadow Park neighborhood as its own independent project using that grant funding, as long as it's still supporting the long-term project to accommodate the rest of those improvements planned on High Garrow.
Great, thank you so much. Any other questions? Okay, then any other comments? Great, thank you very much. Well, I will move, oh, sorry, Councilmember Shoresman.
I was just going to enthusiastically move approval, but if you would like to do it, that's fine.
No, you're fine, I'll second. City Clerk, can I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Shoresman? Yes. Mayor Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Christensen?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you so much, and that passes 5-0. Thank you for the extra explanations, really appreciate it. Okay, next we have the public hearing and business items, and we do not have any other public comment, right? In the end? Okay, great, thank you. So we have the approve of the naming of the Cerro San Luis Neighborhood Greenway and authorizing staff to advertise the project for bids, and Luke Schwartz is presenting. That was quick.
Hello again. Again, Luke Schwartz, Transportation Manager. I'm joined with Jennifer Rice, Transportation Planner, Engineer, and Project Manager for this item. I'll give just a brief background that this is the culmination of several years of planning, analysis, design, funding impacts with COVID, fiscal impacts to the city, additional grant pursuits and successes, and ultimately we're here looking for approval to approve the final plans for this project and authorize staff to proceed with advertising the project for construction. With that, I'll hand this over to Jennifer Rice, who will be giving the bulk of the presentation and will be available to answer any questions from the council and the community following the short staff presentation.
Thank you, Luke. All right, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Tonight I'll be presenting the Cerro San Luis Greenway, your safe path from playground to plaza. And this project is part of a series of projects for the Slow in Motion, which is a series of neighborhood improvement projects that will boost safe mobility, replacing aging infrastructure, connect communities, and maintain our safe streets through spring of 2023. Okay, this slide and the next just reference the recommendations as they're listed in the staff report. So there's 8 recommendations. So this one has the first 4, and this is just up for reference because they are listed in the report and on the front page of the staff report. And then the second half of the recommendations. In tonight's presentation, I'll start with just a brief overview of the background of the project. Then I'll discuss a little further about the recommendation for the renaming of the Greenway. I'll briefly cover the design elements of the project, and then I'll talk about the request for additional project budget. And then before ending the presentation, I will touch on a few of the agenda correspondence items and questions that have come in over the last couple of days. All right, so the Cerro San Luis Greenway, also known as the Anholm Greenway, is a 1.7-mile route that prioritizes bicycle and pedestrian travel between Foothill Boulevard and the North Broad Street areas all the way into downtown SLO. And the Greenway project includes construction of over 40 accessible curb ramps, separated bike lanes, and safety lighting along the route, public art and lighting at the Choro and US 101 underpass, as well as greening elements along the corridor, including 60 new trees and improved stormwater management features. The Greenway makes traveling by bike or on foot a more convenient and low-stress option, in addition to providing safe routes to school. And the map here shows the route of the Greenway and those different bicycle facility types
that will make its way along the route. Planning efforts for the project began in 2016, and at that time the project was titled the Broad Street Bicycle Boulevard. And the Broad Street Bicycle Boulevard plan was developed in parallel with the Pacheco and Bishop's Peak Elementary School Safe Routes to School plan. These planning efforts involved multiple years of extensive community engagement, culminating in 2018 with the council's adoption of the Ann Home Bikeway Plan, referencing the name of the tract in which the route travels. And this was eventually renamed the Ann Home Neighborhood Greenway to better reflect the benefits of these types of projects to the overall neighborhood and safe transportation for all travel modes. Since adoption of the plan, various steps have been made towards its implementation. The first phase of the project was the Foothill and Farini pedestrian hybrid beacon, and that was completed in 2019. In 2018, the city obtained an easement from the Church of Latter-day Saints for the necessary shared use path connection from Foothill to Ramona. The remaining phase of the project was originally planned to be constructed in 2021, but was only partially funded at the time and then was deferred due to the financial impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, during that time, staff was able to successfully secure additional project funding through a $200,000 Safe Routes to School plan from SLOCOG, as well as a $1.7 million urban greening grant from the California Natural Resources Agency. So the name Ann Home, as I said, reflects the name of the primary neighborhood in which the Greenway route travels. In recent years, the city of San Luis Obispo has prioritized a commitment to making San Luis Obispo a welcoming, inclusive, and a safe community for everyone. And part of that is condemning racism and prejudice. Unfortunately, the Ann Home neighborhood is one of the city's neighborhoods that included historic residential properties that were originally developed with racially biased covenants that restricted home ownership to non-white individuals. Because of this, there has been an interest among the community to rename the Greenway. So this slide lists the options for council tonight regarding the Greenway renaming. Council could just choose to keep the existing name and use Ann Home Neighborhood Greenway. Council could select a new name. The staff report does include a list of suggestions. Staff's recommendation is to rename the Greenway the Cerro San Luis Greenway. Throughout the community engagement with the neighborhood, the mountain on which the neighborhood is the base, Cerro San Luis, was a noticeable point of pride to the residents. One of the 7 sisters, or 9 Moros, Cerro San Luis, often referred to as Madonna Mountain, is one of the prominent landmarks to San Luis Obispo. The Cerro San Luis Neighborhood Greenway is a fitting name calling attention to the natural beauty of this neighborhood. Additionally, a public art plan was developed for the corridor themed in the shadow of the mountain, which proposes future art concepts along the route that will celebrate and frame the beauty of Cerro San Luis. Alternatively, council could direct staff to consider an alternate title for the final project. If the council does want staff to proceed with a comprehensive community outreach campaign to select a new name, this would divert staff time away from other high-priority active transportation projects, primarily the planning for the Foothill Boulevard Complete Streets project, as well it was put an unnecessary delay in the project, which could jeopardize the almost $2 million in grant funding. Right, the Greenway includes a combination of protected bikeways, a shared use path through the Latter-day Saints church property, and shared lanes along low-speed neighborhood streets to create a bicycle route comfortable for bicyclists of all ages and abilities. There are segments along the route where on-street parking will be restricted in order to accommodate the protected bike lanes. While on-street parking can certainly be a convenience, there are council-adopted city plans and policies, in particular the circulation element as well as the active transportation plan, that prioritize mobility within the public right-of-way. And on-street parking is provided in streets where it's possible and when it does not affect safety or other city or community priorities. In this case, past council action has prioritized the movement of people to on-street parking. Pedestrian accessibility and crossing improvements are key components of the project, with 46 new accessible curb ramps proposed. The project also includes enhanced high-visibility pedestrian ladder-style crosswalks, bulb outs marked at select intersections to reduce crossing distance, and new flashing crosswalk signs, also known as rectangular rapid flashing beacons, at 2 uncontrolled crossing locations. Additionally, consistent with the 2018 Greenway plan, as well as requirements of the Urban Greening Grant funding the project, Green Street elements are incorporated into the construction plans, and that includes approximately 60 new street trees, bioswale and bioretention areas, and other landscaping and plantings that will improve the stormwater management. A public art plan was prepared for the Greenway to celebrate the themes and forms throughout the corridor, including the sun, topography, and shadows, as well as trails and wildlife. The construction project includes public art elements at the Choro Street and US 101 underpass, which was identified by the community as a high priority location for safety, lighting, and beautification. The art piece will include a backlit decorative panel fencing and painted murals on the columns along either side of the underpass. And this image is just a concept of the design. Staff is requesting as part of this report approval for a sole source purchase for the Choro Street underpass public art elements for the selection of the artist and the fence fabricator, consistent with the city's public art policy. The sole source purchase is requested for a couple of reasons. The first being that the entirety of the art fence and mural is located within Caltrans right-of-way, so it has to go through Caltrans approval processes via an encroachment permit, as well as the Caltrans transportation art process. So the elements of the design, including the recommended fabricator and the art muralist, were selected in part to be able to comply with the Caltrans requirements. The fence material and the muralist need to be consistent. Were strategically selected to be consistent with the concept and the design identified in the public art plan. The two elements need to work together and play off each other for a cohesive overall installation. Sole source selecting both the fence fabricator and the muralist will lead to an overall unified art piece. The current project budget is just over $3 million. Staff is requesting an additional $1.5 million for a total of just over $4.6 million. The increase in project cost and need for additional funding can be attributed to several factors. The first being an expanded project scope from when the project was originally budgeted, specifically an increase in the total number of curb ramp upgrades. The original project scope and cost estimate for the project at the time of the 2021-23 financial plan adoption assumed that the project would only be able to support curb ramp upgrades at approximately 20 locations. As the design continued, the adjacent community continued to express interest in additional pedestrian accessibilities along the corridor, and staff recognizes this need and supports these improvements consistent with the overall Greenway plan and the active transportation plan, which prioritizes pedestrian mobility along these streets. The final project design includes 46 accessible curb ramps, And based on recent city curb ramp projects, curb ramp construction costs are about $20,000 to $30,000 per ramp. And additionally, there's been just an increase in general construction materials, and we've seen this continue into recent construction bids. The funding sources that are identified to cover this additional request do have adequate funding within them. One source being money that was previously identified for this Greenway project but was not yet allocated to any other projects, and the second source being the Capital Projects Reserve. Okay, so the next several slides, I'll be covering questions that came in via council correspondence, and I'll just be providing brief responses to these, but we can further expand on anything at the end of the presentation. Okay, the first question, explain the discrepancy between construction contract award amount cited in recommendation number 4 and the engineer cost estimate shown in the fiscal impact table. So it was noted that the publicly disclosed funding amount that staff is requesting authorization for and the construction contract is about $275,000 greater than the engineer's estimate for the project. And this is also, the difference of that is circled in red. It's also shown within the fiscal table. And it's essentially an additional project contingency fund. As I previously noted, we've seen construction costs continue to rise, and this additional contingency is being requested now to avoid staff needing to return to council to authorize the award of the project if the bids come in just slightly over the engineer's estimate. Council can certainly authorize staff to only award up to the engineer's estimate. We were just anticipating that those rates might be slightly higher as we've been seeing that in other recent bids. Okay, the next question, provide more information on the pedestrian accessibility ramp design at Broad and Murray, and will this impact drainage? So a couple photos of the intersection. The intersection does have the creek and a culvert running underneath it. Additionally, this intersection is a low point that does capture a lot of the storm water. There are storm drain inlets, as you can see, in both of the corners on the east side, which would be the ideal locations for accessible ramps. The design team did look at many options and ultimately determined a financially feasible improvement to access. The ramps are designed to be located without impacting the current drainage, which will still provide a more accessible route than what currently exists. While the project isn't changing drainage, there are 2 current projects that are in construction that are improving the sanitary sewer overflow system in this area. Next question, please provide more information on the proposed retaining walls shown on the project plans. There are 2 locations that are planned for a retaining wall. The first is a retaining wall on the west side of the shared use path between Foothill and Ramona. And this photo, while slightly hard to see the grades from this, there is about a 3 to 4 foot difference between Foothill and Ramona, and so the retaining wall on the west side of the easement is necessary for the design of that path through the property. The second location for a retaining wall, it's more a tall retaining curb, is actually just within the Toro and 101 underpass. The curb will actually support the proposed art fence panels, so they'll sit on top of the curb. And it'll also retain some of the debris that currently collects behind the columns and right now collects behind the chain link fence. And so that retaining wall will hold the weight of that debris so that it won't be pushing against the fence panels of the art fence. And just another, that same diagram, but it shows the how much you can tell from the conceptual sketch, but the art fence panel does have that gap from the bottom, and that's to illustrate what the tall curb would be, and then the fence panels would sit on top of that curb. Okay, next question. Can you please describe the planned neighborhood public outreach and education campaigns planned as part of the project to educate neighbors and traveling public on the new facilities? This list is just some of the planned outreach staff will be doing in the neighborhood, direct neighborhood mailers, which will include project background, construction schedule, city contact information, information on where to place waste bins next to the protected bikeways, information on how to turn in and out of the driveways, and how to use or how to properly close the bike lane for access to your home for construction deliveries with city approval just through our normal encroachment permit channel. These are items that staff these are mailers that staff's already been sending to other adjacent properties in the downtown area specifically where we have new protected bike lanes. So we're already sharing similar mailers, and we'll plan to do that same with the neighbors along this route. Additional public outreach and education will use all social media channels as well as other advocacy resources, including safety tips for drivers, pedestrians, and bicyclists to navigate the protected bikeways. And then finally, staff will also be performing a performance monitoring plan, and it'll include before and after studies on multimodal traffic volumes, parking conditions, collision trends, and user surveys. While the performance monitoring plan is outlined within the Greenway planning document itself, it's also a requirement and must be reported on to the grant agency for the urban greening grant. All right, and this photo and the question corresponding, what are the camera devices some neighbors have noticed lately around town? These cameras are specific to collecting footage for traffic data collection, and staff uses these throughout the city. The footage is poor resolution. It cannot identify a person. It's used to identify modes of travel within an intersection or along a corridor for collecting data. Next question, is the Cerro San Luis Greenway consistent with the project descriptions and bicycle facility definitions in the active transportation plan? Yes, this image is just a clip from the active transportation plan identifying these same facilities along the project route. And additionally, the active transportation plan does include cross-sections and descriptions of each of these facility types. Last question, how will bikeway turning movements work from the Choro Mission intersection? So our city looks to best practices implemented in other cities. This particular configuration is common in Portland, Oregon, or Davis, California, where a two-way bicycle facility would transition to another facility type, or even just to make a turn in the route. These types of movements should be controlled at an all-way stop location, as this one is, and a combination of signage and markings will be used to help bicyclists and drivers understand how to travel the intersection. And this final slide is one of two, just bringing up those recommendations again listed in the staff report. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you so much. Vice Mayor Christensen.
Thank you very much for my 17th or 20 billionth, very thorough staff presentation on this project. I appreciate it. And I especially appreciated the response to a number of the questions that came in from agenda correspondents. That was really very helpful. I have zero questions on the actual project because, again, I'm very, very familiar with this project. My questions have to do with the extremely minor, but of course contentious issue around naming. And I'm kind of surprised that one of the alternatives isn't just the council deciding on a different name? Why do you have to go back to the neighborhood? Okay, yeah, we can do that too, because it wasn't listed on there. And the reason is because, you know, when I was on the planning commission, there was no such Anholm name. That name, it was made up, as a, you know, during a political council campaign, which was fine, except it had nothing to do with the way it had been, the neighborhood had been referred to in my living memory, or by the city, or by the planning commission or anybody else. So that was new. And then I have to kind of say the same thing about the Cerro San Luis thing too. So I never heard that. I'd never heard a neighbor say that, but whatever. I just want to make sure that we could just rename it if we wanted to. We'll see. So, and in that light, is it possible that we can kind of split our vote up, where we're voting on the project and all the things that go with it, and then there's a little thing about the name and the resolution about the name? You can separate those, just so we don't have to.
Yeah, I think that would be best.
I really don't want to like vote against a project because I don't like the name. But I'm feeling a little grumpy about it today, so I thought I'd better ask. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Okay. Yes, I would like to have a separate vote on the name, and I agree with Council Member Vice Mayor Christensen that the council could go ahead and name it tonight, at least give it a good try. I have a suggestion which I could float now or later. Is it okay if I say what my suggestion is now? What do you think?
I think since we're doing questions and then public comment, why don't we do that after?
Okay, I'll do it after that. So I request a separate vote on the project particulars and a vote first on the name. Thank you.
Actually, Councilmember Marks, I just learned that you'd like some public comment on the name you are proposing, so happy to do that.
Well, let me just say what I would like. I'll just throw it out there, okay? So I would like to have it named Old Garden Creek Greenway. And the reason is that Garden Creek, or it could be Garden Creek Greenway, Garden Creek flows pretty much either parallel or in some cases under the bike path the way it's proposed. And it's called Old Garden Creek because it was a primary source of watering when the Mission Gardens and Orchards were out there in that area. It's a natural feature. I think naming it after Cerro San Luis, it's not on Cerro San Luis, so I think it's somewhat a misnomer. And in terms of calling it a neighborhood expressway, Greenway, after the vast majority of the people who live on those streets have objected to this whole concept for years, and they're getting tired now. I think that's somewhat disrespectful to the neighborhood itself. So I would like to name it after a natural feature. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions from my colleagues at this time. I do have one question, maybe two. When talking about the cameras earlier in the data collection, thank you for clearing that up. And I think one thing that was asked was, where does that data go? So, and I know we have to keep data for a certain period of time. Could you expand on that?
Sure. We conduct citywide traffic counts every other year. It's been postponed because of COVID, but we've done about 3/4 of the data collection already this last spring, and then we'll be doing the rest this fall. That's done by a contractor that they do something similar. They go out, they capture video, or they put down tubes. They just give us the data. If we need count on a specific location that isn't part of our citywide rotation, or we want something updated that we don't have current data for, we go out and collect video. We save the video to our project file, and then our staff watches the video and tabulates the number of cars, bikes, pedestrians, based on those video recordings. So we have those available. They're part of the project file. They're on the record. We haven't fully completed tabulating all of the most recent counts we've been collecting here, and that was guided towards, as Jennifer mentioned, as part of the grant procedures and as part of the Anholm plan. We are doing a monitoring program. So we wanted to get our before sample before this project may start construction so that we can proceed with after studies and have that data available to compare.
Awesome, thank you. That tabulation sounds riveting. And as far as the outreach, what kind of outreach will there be to tourists? Like bike tourism or, just helping them know that this is where to go?
Yeah, well, twofold. One is we are looking to use all of our media channels to get the word out. And now that we have an excellent communications team, it's made our job as engineers a lot better. Here's the information. You help us get this to as many people as possible. And so there's, ability for us to push that information out. Hey, there's a new route. Here's the best way to navigate this. And also, we have partners like Bikes County that help spread the message on new facilities and routes. And as well as SlowCog is currently looking on developing a regional bikeway map that doesn't say necessarily focus on here's all the types of facilities, bike lanes, bike paths, but more like here's the primary routes throughout the county, including in each city, that if you're looking for a route that you expect to be comfortable, that here's the map that you can check to follow that. And that's more oriented towards visitors.
Great, thank you. And then lastly, you mentioned around construction at homes and how to manage that. But I saw a lot of questions around deliveries and trashes. Did you want to talk about that a little bit more too?
Yeah, with the trash collection, we've seen it progressively getting better. And the whole benefit of the protected bikeways, you get this buffer area that perfectly fits the trash bins. We set back any of the actual protective, raised islands from every driveway, so there's space for 2 or 3 cans at each driveway. And so part of the mailers we've been already sending to properties on Higuera and Marsh Street, and then we'd be doing as part of this is showing a graphic. Here's the best spot to put your can. Just so you know, in the vehicle code, it's illegal to block a bike lane with something like that. But not looking to punish or cite people, but try to educate. And so that's one thing as part of it. And also, if you travel the corridor now, if you have UPS trucks or short-term deliveries, they park either in someone blocking their driveway or they stop in the middle of the road and get out and run back in. So that's what we would expect for short-term deliveries is they'll basically be doing what they do already. There's also, we found through our parking surveys, particularly during the middle of the day when parking demand was lowest, as there was lots of capacity on the side streets. So if there was a delivery or service that was requiring a longer period of time, they'd have the potential to park either across the street where the parking is going to be retained or at the nearest cross street to make their use. And then for longer term things, if you're having a contractor working on your home, if you're having a sewer lateral replaced, just like we handle right now on other streets that have bike lanes, there's a process for closing them and doing it safely. And so we'd be providing that information to residents. Say if you know you have something that's going over the course of several days or hours or a week, please contact us, and we have standard plans we can provide to you that show you here's the signage you need, here's the way to communicate this so cyclists can take other routes safely and that it doesn't create a safety hazard.
Great, thank you so much.
And I'll just note one more thing about the trash collection as well. San Luis Garbage did have some of their staff meet on site with the design team and walk the route, and so they've reviewed and concurred with the plan design as well.
Awesome, thanks for that. Councilmember Marks?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Got it. You have your hand raised. All right, so public comment. I have 5 individuals still. Okay, great. So first I have Barry Rands and then Ann Hodges.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Barry Rands, resident of San Luis Obispo, and also I serve on the board of the San Luis Obispo Bicycle Club, and I serve there as the advocate. And the first thing I want to say is thank you very much for all the bike facilities that are going in over the past few years. It's great to see improvements all over town. And some of them I really like, some of them I have some questions about, and Luke knows some of those. And but one of the things I'm concerned about is the educational component, because I don't feel there's been an adequate outreach for things like, for example, the 2-way cycle tracks on Madonna going out of town towards LOVR. And it makes me wonder, maybe somebody could answer in the room, you know, how many collisions have already taken place on a place like that? And this particular one here on Choro, where we have two-way cycle tracks, it's being billed as a safe route to school. This is going to be much safer than the existing conditions and that sort of thing. And there was only a couple of you, I think, were in the meeting back in 2018 when I talked about one of the dangers that's unique to these two-way cycle tracks, and that is the hazard of a left-turning vehicle into driveways. And just I want to describe that for you. If you can imagine with me, if you're driving your car, you're coming home on Choro, going from downtown towards Foothill, you're 5 o'clock, you want to get home, and there's a lot of traffic coming at you, and you're looking at the traffic and you want to turn left into your driveway, you got your blinker on, and you're watching for the bikes coming at you too, and then you see a space in the traffic and you turn left into your driveway, but right as you're turning left, boom, a electric bike comes whizzing past your front bumper because they're in that cycle track going the same direction as you were. And you slam on your brakes and that bike goes whizzing past you, and then the car that was coming that you were trying to avoid slams on their brakes, and it's a big mess. And you can imagine that sometimes that could result in an accident too. So those kind of safety risks that are inherent to this facility need to be talked about and made clear to the public, and also possible alternate routes instead of staying on that route.
Thank you so much. It's a very clear visual. We have Ann Hodges and then T. Keith Gurney.
I'm Ann Hodges. Funny you guys talk about trash, because that is my absolute pet peeve about these stupid islands. It's flippant. I got the postcard, and it says, well, we'll sweep the gutters by hand. I just got my trash bill. You know, who's paying for this hand sweeping of gutters the mile and a half to keep the gutters clean, because the street sweepers can't get in there? Then you have trash bins that are 32 inches wide. I measured mine this afternoon. They can be 175 pounds, printed on the top, and they're flippantly say, well, you just roll them out, roll them up onto the barrier, and they'll stay. You have 3 lanes of traffic, you have 2 bike lanes and auto to get it up and back. What happens to that bin if we have a storm and it's empty because the trash company's been through and we're assuming they have the skill to drop it on that little platform? You know, because downtown, most of those people have, a lot of those people have dumpsters. If that runs out into the lane, is the city going to assume the liability of a bicyclist getting hit, me running into it, running over a pedestrian, tearing up my landscaping because it plays ping pong down Choro? It really gripes me that you guys haven't considered not everybody can take and lift a waste wheeler up on top of a platform, and that the size, you have 3 waste wheelers per house. Lots are approximately 60 to 100 feet. So every 100 feet, you're going to have 3 waste wheelers. You have 3 waste wheelers that the trash company requests to be 3 feet apart. So on trash day, you're going to have boom, 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 boom. How many of those are going to end up in traffic? And who, is my is one of my bills going up because we have somebody hand doing those gutters? What about those going into the storm drains. That is a floodplain. All of our insurance gets dinged for that. Who's cleaning the storm drains with all the leaves and rubble that aren't picked up by the person who's sweeping it? And you also talked about, that section was also promised underground utilities. That might be something that would increase in visibility with poles being removed.
Thank you so much. T. Keith Gurney and then Bob Shambrom.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, my name's Keith Gurney. I have lived at 108 Broad Street in the Anholm area for 50 years. It's been a great neighborhood. Back in the mid-'70s, before they put in the stop signs and speed bumps, cars were going 70 miles an hour down Broad Street toward the freeway. Since then, it's been very peaceful. And both my kids were born and raised in this neighborhood, and they were avid cyclists. I was too in my younger years, and I've never had a problem riding a bike on these roads. But I'm glad Barry Rands came up and testified, because that's one of the concerns I have. I think there's a couple of dangerous conditions here that you may not be thinking about. One is what he's already come up with, and that is the double cycle track and left turns going into the properties. But there's also the problem of coming out in the morning, backing out, looking both ways for cars and bicyclists, with 17 curb cuts along Choro Street. I think that's an accident waiting to happen. Also, the notion of the angled transition through the intersections of Choro and Lincoln, Broad and Mission, and Broad and Ramona, going diagonally through a four-stop intersection when cyclists typically these days don't stop at stop signs, I think is also another accident waiting to happen. There's also the issue of the loss of parking, and I heard the arguments for eliminating parking. Half the parking spaces in these sections of streets where the protected bike lanes would be provided are being eliminated. Over 90 parking places on both Broad and Chorrell. I don't know how, I guess you've talked to the garbage company, but the UPS trucks, the landscape maintenance people, the mail carriers, where are they going to park their vehicles when there's ferocious competition for the remaining on-street parking? Let alone getting to have a visit from your grandkids. But what's really remarkable is nobody ever considered that the state of California would be passing laws on housing to allow, like SB 9, SB 10, urban lot splits in single-family neighborhoods that would allow up to a fourplex on each parcel without any ability of the city to require off-street parking for that density. Well, I guess I'm done.
Thank you so much.
I would like to say I agree with Jan Marks's naming of the bikeway.
Thank you. Okay, we have Bob Shambrom and then Leah Brooks.
Good evening, Mayor and council, staff. My name is Bob Shambrom. I'm was a bike volunteer of the year in 2012, I think it was. Gone about 100,000 miles by bike, major donor to the Bike Coalition. And I used to ride the Broad Street section about 10 times a week, less now. So I know it very well. And I know that in all my experience in cycling, I would call that about a 9 out of 10. It's really a safe section. I don't see the value of spending money on something that ain't broke, and nobody got killed on it or even injured in the previous 5 years. But that isn't really what I'm here to discuss tonight. What I really wanted to talk about is the failure of the previous council to manufacture consent. And consent is something that's institutionalized in the Declaration of Independence: life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted, deriving just powers from the consent of the governed. I don't believe that this operation, this process, took that into full account. I think the problem was the 3-2 majority, who are now all off the council, were not experienced in creating consent, and they showed no real willingness to engage in it. They just seemed to feel that they were obligated to answer to their own base. And that's fine, but it isn't good for a community to do things that way. So, but I think this council is very much more skilled and very much more dedicated to that sort of process. I believe you have the will and the skill to achieve that fundamental force that legitimizes government consent. A bad process always gets a bad result. A good process at least gives you a chance to get a good result. It may not guarantee it, but at least you have a chance. So if the state is reevaluating the Diablo closure, which is a huge undertaking, this council can reconsider this bikeway, and I hope they will. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah Brooks, and then City Clerk, any others? Okay.
Hi again, Leah Brooks, commenting as Vice Chair of the Active Transportation Committee. The ATC was not asked to weigh in on the name change, but we enthusiastically support the staff recommendation to authorize staff to seek bids for this project. Some background is important to understand the scope. The seed was the proposed Broad Street Bicycle Boulevard, which was based on Caltrans closing its outdated Highway 101 on and off ramps, so a bicycle pedestrian only overcrossing could be built, connecting both sides of Broad Street and creating a low-stress bikeway between Foothill and downtown. When Caltrans indefinitely postponed closure of the 101 on and off ramps, a new strategy was needed to accommodate increasing conflicts between bicyclists and motorists on Broad and Churro Streets. The driving force was parents who were bicycling with their children to Pacheco and Bishop's Peak elementary schools. They were being harassed by motorists, and I know at least one parent was scolded by a passing motorist that he was a bad parent by bicycling to school with his child. We are no longer living in the 1950s, 60s, or 70s. When there was little traffic, motorists were not distracted by cell phones and other gadgets. People were more patient. People did not feel their safety was at risk when riding a bicycle. This very complex project has been thoroughly vetted during years of discussions, workshops, and public meetings. Nearly half of the funding is for pedestrian improvements. This project is a high priority. The design is for people who do not feel comfortable riding next to traffic and want to be separated by a barrier. We need more people bicycling to achieve the city's 20% trips by bike goal. We also need to drastically reduce greenhouse gases to slow climate change. The ATC and bicycling community at large are ready and willing to work with city staff to educate all users of the streets affected by this project on how to safely navigate this greenway. Not moving forward at this point risks forfeiture of the $1.7 million urban greening grant and the $200,000 from SLOCOG, and our chances of receiving grants in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any responses from staff on any of the public comment?
Yes, thank you. I do have a couple items I wanted to add some clarity on. The first was questions about the street sweeping. So this is something we've already been mobilizing and setting ourselves up for, both with the addition of protected bike lanes throughout the city, but also with the parklets in the downtown, where we basically already have contract sweeping that assists our streets maintenance teams where we come through in areas that we can't use our sidewalk sweeper or our full mechanical sweeper. They get swept manually, And then our staff comes through with our mechanical sweeper and cleans up the debris. So it doesn't end up in the drainage inlets, it doesn't end up in the creek, the debris gets picked up. And we already have kind of a schedule of projects that are in the pipeline, working with our maintenance teams to make sure that those areas get added to that regular schedule. It'd be great in the future if we're able to fund a narrow street sweeper that other cities have been able to use, that they can do that mechanically without having the need to have manual sweeping. At this time, they can be very costly. We do have a sidewalk sweeper, but it's not really made to cover the mileage that something like that would need to use to cover all the bikeways in town. Regarding concerns with the trash bins, I want to be clear that the expectation isn't to be lifting a bin up onto a concrete island. The concrete islands are set back from each driveway with just a striped buffer. And so that's the area, you basically just roll it right into that buffer area as you would right now within the parking lane. And also with the concerns about the conflicts with having a two-way bikeway, that's something we've studied very closely and have reviewed all the best practices available, and also consulted with other cities that have facilities that have been built exactly like this. One that is almost exactly like the same context as Blue Bonnet Lane in Austin, Texas. It was installed a same width, same traffic volumes and speeds. It was a project that they removed parking on one side to provide a safe route to school by putting a two-way cycle track. It had residential driveways. We worked with them and talked to their staff, say, have you had, collision issues, safety concerns, and what were your treatments to make sure the driveways are visible? And they had no concerns or negative impacts from putting that in. And part of the context, and this is articulated in our active transportation plan design guidelines too, is in order of priority, our desire would be to provide directional protected bike lanes on each side of the street. Oftentimes the width doesn't allow that. The next step would be, well, is there a desire line or is there width to do this on one side of the street? And if the volumes are moderate and the speeds are low and the driveways are low volume, it can work. If this was on South Broad Street, where we'd have people at 40 miles an hour making heavy left turns into major shopping centers, we wouldn't be pursuing a design like this. Mr. Rance had mentioned the Madonna shared use path that does have two-way travel. One difference there, that is on a higher speed street, but there are no uncontrolled left turns allowed. There's medians. The only point where you can make a left across the bikeway is at the El Mercado intersection, where it's just signalized so that bicyclists are required to stop as the left turns cross that point. And so what we found is there is data out there that shows, directional protected bikeways have the lowest collision rates. A two-way cycle track like this in the right location with lower speeds and lower volume driveways doesn't have as low of a collision reduction as one-way cycle tracks, but it is still lower than a shared lane configuration. And oftentimes on a high-speed, high-traffic street, just having share the lane markings in some cases can increase collision rates if it's not the right context for that. So we've looked at a lot of guidance. It was something we were really interested in, and we pursued options that looked at one-way facilities, and ultimately the plan that we have is what the council adopted, and we feel that we can, through education, proper design, and the right visual cues, that we can control the risk for those types of concerns. And there was a comment too about sight lines backing out of driveways. Right now we have parking right up to every single driveway. If you're backing out, you have no line of sight to oncoming traffic, whether it's somebody on an e-bike or on a car speeding through the street. While I understand the concerns with parking removal, one advantage is it completely opens up the line of sight on that side of the street coming in or out of your driveway. I think those are the primary topics I noted that I wanted to address. If there's any other questions from the council, we're happy to address those as well.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Christensen.
Okay. Thank you very much again for your responses and for the public comment. I think it's, I just want to be really clear that when I kind of joked a little bit about the many hearings that have been had at the council level as well as the planning commission and neighborhood level, really many. And these kinds of design technicalities and very specific things about two-way, one-sided over here, over there, every single one of them was discussed, rejected, accepted, moved around, discussed again. It's really been about as thoroughly vetted a project in a very difficult location as one could be. I also thought Mr. Shambrun's comments were very very sweet in some ways. Both Councilmember Pease and I believe, were the two on the 3-2. And that was because we thought we should take a little breather and go a little slower. Well, we happened to have something called the COVID pandemic come along, and that kind of slowed us down and gave us a little breather to think about this a little bit more and make sure we had all those T's dotted, T's crossed and I's dotted. So subsequently, both of us have voted to, we've accepted the Active Transportation Committee's recommendations. We've voted for the funding, and we certainly are very, very supportive of this long discussed and long needed project. I also want to mention that Ms. Brooks' memory of the naming history of this project is absolutely accurate. I didn't go into that during my question, but originally it was called the North Broad Project because indeed originally was that Broad Street off-ramp was scheduled to be closed and the city thought, well, they'll close the Broad Street off-ramp and then Broad Street will be great. We'll use it for a bike, whole giant bike street. And then Caltrans said, no, not until you redo the entire Santa Rosa Highway 1 interchange. We're going to let you close that on-ramp, off-ramp. And so that really became an infeasible way to do it. We can't make Broad Street this. So we moved it over to Choro, and that's why there's so much design issues, because Choro is it's a very old street, and it's a very narrow street. And there was a lot of neighborhood conversations and discussions that needed to happen before we could get to a place where we had a project we could support. That is why I am totally in favor of this project without changing anything, except I personally think it should be called the North Choro project, because even though I appreciate Councilmember Marks' suggestion, I've never even heard that name. And North Choro, it describes exactly where it is and what it is, and that was what it was called for years and years. So I'm not going to die on my sword on this one, because I do think it's very important that we keep moving, and I don't want any funding to be jeopardized in any way by a discussion around a name, but that's what I'm going with. So I will be happy to either join or make a motion for the project, and then I think we should have a separate motion around the name, but that's all I wanted to say for now.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Marks.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Let's see. Good, okay, Teresa's unmuting me, thank you. Well, I want to say that I really appreciate all the work that staff has that has been put into this project. And I agree that all the I's have been dotted, T's have been crossed, and all that. But I still have tremendous concerns about the disruption to this established neighborhood that's going to be caused by this project. I voted in 2015, in December 2015, to devote 20% of the road public works budget, 20% of that toward alternate transportation. I never imagined that time that the money would be used and mobilized to actually negatively impact an established neighborhood. While I was off council for 4 years, I followed this project and agreed with the residents, the people who live on those streets, that there were cheaper and safer and less impactful ways to accomplish the same thing, which is providing safe roads for school. And I have to say, I've also donated to the Bike Coalition, have been a bike path advocate as long as I've lived here in town. But at this point, I'm not going to support the project. I would like to clarify my suggestion of the name. Certainly you've heard of Garden Creek, by the villages, right? The creek that runs by the villages is Garden Creek. It's the creek that goes to the new park site that we're building at the corner of Broad and 101. It's the creek that goes under Lincoln. That's why there's so many bridges around there. So it's a creek that flows basically between Shore and Broad, and it pre-exists those streets. It pre-exists the mission. It's been there for a long time, and it's been really very poorly engineered, but it still exists. And so that's why I'm advocating that name. Like I said, naming the Greenway after the mountain that it's not on just seems very odd to me. And I don't think it's respectful to the neighborhood to call it a neighborhood expressway. Plus, when you get to Cerro San Luis, the neighborhood expressway, it's really too long of a name. So I would hope people would support the name that I suggest. I haven't heard any others. I'm open to hearing others. And that's all my comments for now. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shoresman, please.
Yeah, this is one of those topics where I feel like it's quite clear how much everybody cares about this community, no matter what their perspective. They all want what they feel like is best for their community and their neighborhood, and there's just a lot of passion around it, and I appreciate that. It's one of the things that I really enjoy most about being on this council, is hearing from all the individuals and knowing that everybody cares so much. This is a project that's almost 10 years in the making. I think the staff should, in particular, probably the councils also, should get the persistence award for this one, because we say that government doesn't move very quickly. Well, this is like the perfect example of that, right? It started in 2015, and we're still working on it. But I think there's been a lot of benefit from the time taken, an enormous amount, as Vice Mayor Christensen pointed out, of community outreach, a lot of public feedback given. It went from a project that was originally 20 curb cuts and a bike lane or two to 46 curb cuts and some public art and stormwater drain improvements and 60 plus new street trees and a ton of grant funding to support all these great efforts. I think once it's done, it's going to be a real model. I hear all the concerns about the traveling into driveways, left turns, all of that, and I have ridden on some of these bikeways in other places. Another good example of one that a two-way cycle track that crosses a lot of driveways is around the west shore of Lake Tahoe. There's a two-way cycle track that goes almost exclusively in front of driveways. And I think there's, these barriers that protect cyclists from drivers are the safest way to keep with our Vision Zero goals and avoid people from dying in bike on car and pedestrian on car collisions. And I think we all need to kind of keep that in the front of our minds as we think about what the changes are going to be in our neighborhoods. I know this is not going to be easy for people to adopt. It takes a lot of time. There's always a learning curve with all these things. We see learning curves with people figuring out the pedestrian hybrid beacons. We see people learning curves trying to figure out how to use roundabouts. All of this stuff takes time, and it takes patience, and it takes watching out for each other and making sure that whether we're in a car or walking or on a bike, that we go slow enough to make sure that we're not going to hurt anybody or ourselves while we learn how to use them. So I think this is an important part of our climate change goals and reducing our greenhouse emissions, because we know that transportation is one of the greatest greenhouse gas emitters. And so I have biked this area, walked this area, I run through this area about once every 2 weeks. I'm looking forward to all the curb cut improvements, in addition to seeing more families be able to ride comfortably away from cars, outside of traffic, through this neighborhood, and to the neighboring schools. So I look forward to supporting this.
Thank you, Councilmember Pease.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the comments of all my colleagues. And appreciate and respect all the approaches and opinions on this one, which has been a challenging project. And to the community for the ongoing the follow through. I agree with Councilmember Christensen's opening comments about the process that she and I went through. Especially as this project has developed, I love 98% of it. I'm really excited about how the public art and the trees and the pedestrian improvements, et cetera, are coming together. In my wish list at the time when we were looking at this, I was hoping to delay some, kind of have it more phased, like before we do all the two-way cycle track, which I'm glad to hear about more examples. I'm just a little cautious on that one. So I had hoped to phase it, just do kind of everything else. But we did have a very thorough process. It's been vetted, and since then I have voted to support including this project on our capital improvement program, to pursue the grants, to accept the grants, and I think it's time to move forward. So I will also be supporting the project and looking forward to it. In terms of naming, I think North Choro makes the most sense to me. It feels the most intuitive for people to know where we're talking about. Again, I appreciate the sentiment about a natural feature, but I think just kind of something straightforward would be appropriate. So North Choro Greenway. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Many of my colleagues have said what I'm going to say, but that's okay. I think as far as the name goes, I'll just go with the easier part. I think that North Choro or Garden Creek Greenway would be fine with me. When I searched Garden Creek, up comes the senior living homes. So I think that might be a little bit confusing, but just like everything else in this project, we're going to need to do a lot of education. So we can educate people on any name, quite honestly. I don't think anyone would have known it was Ann Home before that. And then now we've done that research, and thank goodness we're not going to use those racial covenants as part of the name. So that part is great. And I also agree, I think it's odd to use Cerro San Luis since it's not actually on the Greenway itself. So that I think could be confusing if someone goes to Cerro San Luis and goes to the trail and then goes, wait, where do I go? And I do respect Councilmember Marks' comments around neighborhood. Many people in the actual neighborhood were not that excited, so that is something I feel would be not great. And I will say that I did receive quite a few emails that were people that do live in the previously known as Ann Home, maybe Cerro San Luis neighborhood, and they were actually really excited about this bike previous known Bike Boulevard, and they're really excited about this. So I think just as much as we get the comments about how unhappy people are, there are a lot of people who are very happy. And this is kind of, unfortunately, the world we're living in these days, which is extremes. Extremely happy or extremely unhappy. We are doing the worst things ever or doing the best things ever. And it's sometimes a little challenging, but we keep going. And I think part of it, what we're trying to do is create the safe routes to school, safe routes around our entire town, our city, and also get to that multimodal shift that we keep talking about. And this is for climate, this is for health, this is for individuals who want to walk, ride, stroll, roll, whatever they want to do. And when it comes to some of the comments I received around pedestrians and the improving we need to make, this Greenway will be almost 50% pedestrian comments, and I thank you so much, Ms. Rice, for sharing that, because I think people don't understand that when we're doing this bike work, it also improves pedestrian space, so thank you. I have to say that I am concerned around the safety comments made around the left turns, and I thank you very much, Luke, for sharing about the Houston, Texas. I think this is going to also require a lot of education, and I hope that what we see is more than that. I think our concept around Froome Ranch and Madonna has shown that we did a lot of education, but it wasn't really clear for some people. So how can we do more? And you can utilize us, and I'm including Jan and Andy on this. They're just not here. And I think that, however we can help get this education out. Ms. Brooks shared that they would be happy to get education out. Whatever we can do so that we can help people know what's going on, I think is really important on this. Really serious in the realms of danger and as well. So, but also in the happy note of, hey, here's how you can use this. In mentioning public art, I just really hope we talk about a focus on DEI through everything we do, diversity, equity, inclusion through everything we do. And so I hope that there's some cultural aspects to this public art that will be added. Sorry, just making sure I've got through everything. And yeah, Councilmember Pease, I appreciate the phased concept. That would have been wonderful, but also Vice Mayor Christensen, we had COVID, which really created this very different phasing, I guess you could say, of knowing what's going to happen next. And more people did get on bikes and walk around the town because there was nothing else to do for a while. So hopefully that gave people a little bit of a head start. So I would support either the North Choro Greenway or the Garden Creek Greenway. I like bringing that history back of Garden Creek because when I will say I was the one person that Councilmember Marks and we spoke on this and said, what is Garden Creek? Where is this? And so just as we're bringing back other aspects of our community and the history and the culture, I think this is a great idea as well. So that's some of my thoughts, and happy, Vice Mayor Christensen, to share yours.
Yeah, I was going to go ahead and make a motion regarding the project, and then we can finish up with the naming thing. So I also wanted to acknowledge your comments, Councilmember Marks. I do want to let you know that I was campaigning during the height of the discussion of this project in that neighborhood, and at worst, it was 50-50. There are a lot of young families in this neighborhood, a lot of older folks in this neighborhood who love to bicycle. So yes, it was a contentious neighborhood issue, but I would say that the number of people who supported it were equal to the number of people who were not happy. So that was very important to me, as well as the idea that this was a major part of our crosstown bicycle greenways to get people to the school. So that was real important to me. I just wanted to mention that kind of the way it looked to me at the time in terms of neighborhood support. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move staff recommendations 1 through 8, except for not 1 and not 6, because those concern the name. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8, which have to do with the actual project resolutions.
Thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
I will second that motion, excluding the name items.
All right, any other questions? Okay, City Clerk, please roll.
Vice Mayor Christensen?
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the motion.
I voted no.
Oh, sorry about that. Thank you. And the motion passes
Councilmember
4-1.
Marks voted
Right, Councilmember Marks, you're a no. So the motion passes 4-1. Thank you so much. Wow, that was a long time coming and a lot of work. So thank you for moving this forward. This is very, very exciting. Well, we're gonna take a quick, no, that's right. Thank you so much.
Wait, let's,
I was so excited about a break.
If I can take, let's go do the naming thing and then finish this item.
Yes,
I'd
that's
like to move that we name it Garden Creek Expressway.
Greenway?
Is there a second?
Did you say Garden Creek Greenway or Expressway?
I'm sorry, Greenway.
Okay.
I'm getting tired here.
That's okay.
Garden Creek Greenway.
Is there a second? Okay, there's no second. So, Councilmember Shorsman.
I was just going to weigh in because I realized that I hadn't weighed in on the name. I talked about the other portions of the project. I don't have a huge, strong emotional feel towards any particular name, but I guess the most logical one seems to be the one that refers to the name of the street. So I'll support the North Choro. I'll make that a motion to rename it the North Truro Neighborhood Greenway.
I'll
Okay.
second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on North Truro Greenway? Okay, City Clerk, will you call roll, please?
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Christensen?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the motion passes 5-0. Thank you, everybody. And let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for your patience as we take a little break. Next, we will be discussing, hey, are you guys ready? Okay, cool. We'll be discussing the Inclusionary Housing Ordinance update. And Michael Codron, would you like to start?
There we go. Thank you, Mayor Stewart and members of the City Council. We are very happy to be here to present recommendations related to our Inclusionary Housing Ordinance update. I am Michael Codron, Community Development Director, and the team here tonight includes Senior Planner Rachel Cohen, who will be giving the bulk of the presentation, Deputy Director Tyler Corey, and Housing Coordinator Kyle Bell. We're also joined by Ashley Cannett from EPS, who performed the feasibility analysis in support of our recommendation. And EPS has also helped the city on other important projects such as the 2018 Development Impact Fee Program update. So what is an inclusionary housing ordinance? Well, the city supports the creation of affordable housing of various kinds. Some is produced by nonprofit partners, such as Haslo and People's Self-Help Housing Corporation. There are also for-profit affordable housing developers that the city has worked with in the past. The city has several units created by Habitat for Humanity as well. Inclusionary housing, however, is created by private development to satisfy city goals and policies that seek to integrate housing that is affordable to very low, and moderate income households into market rate development projects. One example of a relevant policy is Housing Element Policy 4.1, which says within newly developed neighborhoods, housing that is affordable to various economic strata should be intermixed rather than separated into separate enclaves. Our city, like many throughout California, accomplished this through an inclusionary housing ordinance. And as part of our housing element certification process, we committed to update our ordinance by July 2022. In order to accomplish city policy, staff is proposing that a reasonable percentage of homes in new developments be set aside for deed-restricted affordable housing. The for sale proposal is 10%, with 5% low-income units and 5% moderate-income units included in every project that is subject to the inclusionary housing ordinance. In lieu fees are also proposed so that developers have options to pay a fee instead of providing the units on site. It should be noted that through the fiscal analysis, the fees are tied closely to the affordable percentage requirements to achieve parity between the affordable percentages and the in lieu fee. This is important because if the fees were skewed low, then no one would build those units. You would get the fee paid with every project. If the fees were skewed high, you would never get the fees, and for some projects, the fee is the best option. So for that reason, the City Council can focus its policy discussion on the proposed percentage requirement rather than the fee structure, since those two are closely linked. I'll also note here that the recommendation includes a commercial linkage fee, which is like an impact fee, and it is designed to replicate the in lieu fee that is included in our current ordinance, but was increased slightly following City Council feedback during the previous study session. Much of the feedback staff has received in response to the recommendation before the City Council tonight is about Table 2A. As discussed in the Council Agenda Report, Table 2A can be used to significantly reduce a developer's obligation to include affordable housing within a project. Unfortunately, our analysis has shown that the city's affordable by design criteria
does not produce housing that is affordable to moderate income households or below. As a result, staff and the Planning Commission agree that the adjustments that come with Table 2A should be eliminated from the ordinance going forward. However, that is not to say that the city has no incentive program for reasonably priced, attainable market rate housing. This list shows some of the steps the city has taken to incentivize smaller footprint housing. In particular, our tiered transportation impact fee program structure represents a significant investment, over $40 million, of discretionary general fund dollars towards the provision of infrastructure that would otherwise be the fair share of new development. Through this program, projects can get up to a 50% reduction in their transportation impact fee amounts for providing smaller housing units. I also want to highlight that the City Council has recommendations before you tonight to direct staff to add more incentives for small footprint, affordable by design housing to support the success of other policy projects such as flexible density and missing middle housing. Finally, I would like to highlight that the inclusionary housing ordinance is just one piece of the puzzle when it comes to achieving the goals included in the city's housing element. We are focusing on all types of housing, and there are many more projects in the works. With respect to our recommendation tonight, there are alternatives for City Council to consider, and these have been provided in response to input from the community. The Council Agenda Report includes an alternative to reduce the for sale requirement from 10% as recommended to 8%, which is a 2% reduction in the required number of low-income units. As previously noted, the in lieu fees are tied to the percentage requirement for housing units, so the fee would also be reduced from $25 per square foot to $20 per square foot, so that would be the in lieu fee. This change aligns the for sale and for rent in lieu fee options. Via the agenda correspondence memo that was published just today, staff also concurs on the need for flexible application of sometimes subjective design criteria, an exemption for junior accessory dwelling units, and an expanded use of fractional units to eliminate any inequity that might otherwise arise between a 10-unit project and an 11-unit housing project. So all of this will be explained in more detail by Rachel, and so I'm going to turn it over to her to provide the staff recommendation and complete the presentation, and then we'll be available to answer any questions that the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. This evening, the City Council will consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to introduce an ordinance to repeal and replace the city's inclusionary housing ordinance, and to introduce an ordinance amending Title IV to establish a commercial linkage fee. Additionally, the Planning Commission recommends the Council adopt a resolution amending the inclusionary housing in lieu fees and amending the comprehensive fee schedule to include commercial linkage fees. Council is also being asked to consider Planning Commission's recommendations on providing direction to staff, and that is to direct staff to develop new incentives for housing developments to ensure success of housing element programs, such as flexible density, downtown, missing middle housing, and SB 9 and subdivision regulations updates. Additionally, provide direction to staff to investigate grants and other options for funding of additional affordable housing programs. So before we dive into more details about the inclusionary housing ordinance, I want to take a step back and discuss the broader topic of housing. Housing is an integral part of the city's general plan, and in 2019 and in 2020, staff with community input updated the housing element. In order to increase the development of additional deed-restricted affordable housing units, the housing element update included Program 2.13. And this program specifically requires the city to update the inclusionary housing ordinance as one way to provide more affordable housing. As part of the implementation plan, and Michael mentioned this, Program 2.13 is identified as a high priority program and is required to be adopted by July 2022. The housing element involved community participation, and approximately 100 individuals provided comments over our public comment period through workshops and online surveys. And these participants identified affordable housing as a type of housing needed most, as well as the biggest housing issue in the community. The housing element includes a series of goals, policies, and programs, and in particular, goals 2, 4, and 6 highlight policies related to the production of more affordable and equitable housing throughout the community. The affordability goal highlights the production of cities' Regional Housing Needs Allocation, otherwise known as RHNA. And Michael mentioned about Goal 4 and the policies set within that goal around the economic inequity of housing for all levels of income and households, and not creating separate enclaves within our community. Affordable units should be comparable in size, appearance, and also basic quality to market rate units. This slide shows the city's RHNA, and the city has already met the needs of above moderate housing, as you can see in this table, but is lacking housing for moderate income and below, which is indicated here with this red circle. The city needs to support the development of over 1,700 units of moderate income and below to meet our RHNA needs. The community not only shared about the desire for affordable housing through the housing element, but also through the major city goal process. As in previous years, the community has identified affordable housing as the most important, highest priority goal for the city to accomplish during the 2021-23 financial plan. And this also aligns with the major city goal for diversity, equity, and inclusion. The update to the inclusionary housing ordinance is a direct result of community input and policy direction included in the city's general plan and 2 of the major city goals. In 2019, the city hired consultant David Paul Rosen and Associates to complete an affordable housing nexus study. The study confirmed that both market rate, residential, and commercial development are inducing demand for affordable housing that is not being met by the current housing market. The city also recommended the city adopt fees less than the maximums because fees at these high levels would affect the financial feasibility of development as well as competitiveness of development within the city. After the Nexus study was completed and presented to City Council, Economic and Planning Systems conducted a feasibility analysis based on the data provided in the Nexus study, as well as market and development conditions. EPS recommended several revisions to the city's existing affordable housing inclusionary program and introduced a Nexus-based commercial linkage fee for non-residential uses. Staff received the following comments on this slide regarding the Nexus study and the feasibility analysis. Largely, the comments revolved around that proposed development would be serving a different market than the time that the studies were completed. Also, that outside forces such as inflation, supply chain issues, et cetera, impact our local housing market, and that the analysis has cherry-picked data and market factors from a very favorable time period. There is never a good time to complete a data analysis, especially because the real estate market follows a cyclical trends affected by factors far beyond local control. The Nexus study was completed to establish a rational nexus between market rate residential development and non-residential development, and the need for affordable housing in the city as required by law. The fees calculated in the Nexus study are the maximum justifiable fees. The recommended commercial linkage fees and in lieu fees proposed as part of the feasibility analysis are much lower than the Nexus maximum fees. While incomes increased since the Nexus study was completed, development costs increased more. that broadening the gap would result in still higher nexus maximum fees. EPS tested the feasibility of a range of inclusionary requirements and affordable housing fee levels by preparing financial pro formas reflecting the expected costs of new development based on the nexus study and supplemental market research. And in comparing those costs with the revenues that could be generated given various mixes of market rate and affordable housing and/or fee levels. While inflationary pressures in the economy are challenging, so long as market prices of new development are also increasing, concerns about the fee increases having a negative impact on feasibility are reduced, as both costs and values are increasing proportionally. We have reached out to David Rosens and Associates, as well as EPS, to confirm that nothing has changed regarding the outcomes and recommendations proposed in the Nexus study and the feasibility analysis. The biggest changes proposed in the inclusionary housing ordinance is that these amendments will now apply citywide, as opposed to our current inclusionary housing ordinance that differs between expansion areas and other parts of the city. Additionally, the inclusionary housing ordinance will apply to all market rate residential projects, as well as all commercial projects will be required to pay a commercial linkage fee. Also, Table 2A will no longer be a part of the inclusionary housing ordinance, and in lieu fees and commercial fees will be based on square footage. Staff also wanted to note that projects that have been entitled, deemed complete, have vesting rights, or have submitted complete building permits will not be subject to the amended inclusionary housing ordinance. This inclusionary housing ordinance will impact future projects and not the many projects and specific plan areas that are underway. Michael discussed a little bit about Table 2A, and the purpose of the inclusionary housing ordinance, as he mentioned, is to produce more affordable housing. Table 2A was established to encourage projects with higher density and smaller unit sizes to be sold or rented to households that meet moderate or lower income standards. However, in practice, Table 2A has not produced affordable housing. The feasibility analysis found that the development that meets the size and density criteria established by Table 2A is still not affordable to any income level other than above moderate, which the city is already overproducing. The policy decision for City Council is about how much affordable housing the city should require as a percentage of market rate development. The feasibility analysis that the current recommendation was based on indicates development would be financially feasible with the proposed affordable housing percentage requirements. However, if this amount is considered too high by the majority of council members, then an alternative, as Michael mentioned, is provided to help the council find the right policy balance with this decision. Again, Michael mentioned that the inclusionary housing ordinance is only one tool the city utilizes to support housing within the community. Other tools that the city utilizes includes density bonus, which allows for higher density development with the inclusion of affordable units in exchange for relaxed development requirements. As proposed, the inclusionary housing ordinance would exempt density bonus projects. Additionally, the city has streamlined development review process for housing projects that increase the number of projects eligible for director approval. The city has adopted objective design standards that allow eligible residential projects to be reviewed through a ministerial process, ministerial review and reduced fees for ADUs, and a tiered fee structure that incentivizes smaller units. The city is currently working on 3 additional programs, missing middle, flexible density, and amendments to the subdivision regulations to support a wider range of housing types within the city. The Planning Commission recommended the City Council provide direction to staff to build in inclusions or adjustments to the inclusionary housing requirements as part of the program development of the missing middle and flexible density programs. Additionally, council may provide direction to staff to look for additional funding opportunities for affordable housing and making it a work effort within the city's housing program. Based on comments received from the council and the community, staff has provided several alternatives. In regards to reduced requirement, staff notes that the affordable housing requirements and in lieu fee amounts contained in the inclusionary housing ordinance are based on a detailed analysis prepared by the city's consultant EPS. There is an alignment, as Michael mentioned, between the affordable housing percentage contained within the inclusionary housing ordinance update and the corresponding in lieu fees. Reducing these requirements is not recommended. However, City Council's decision is a pure policy choice, and Council has the authority to make revisions as long as they comply with applicable state and federal housing law. If the council majority decides that a reduced affordable housing requirement best balances all policy considerations, then staff would recommend reducing the for sale percentage from 10% to 8%. In addition, this change would make, together with a reduction in the in lieu fee from $25 per square foot to $20 per square foot to maintain consistency with the feasibility analysis. In regards to fractional numbers, if the majority of the City Council would like a parity for projects larger than 10 units, then the proposal to allow fractional units to pay in lieu fees for projects less than 10 units would be expanded to all projects, regardless of the size. In regards to flexibility, style, and location of affordable housing units, the majority of the City Council would like more flexibility in the application of these standards. Changes can be proposed or direction can be provided to the Community Development Director to approve proposals that meet the intent of this section. The Director's authority to interpret the code is provided in the zoning regulations, section 17.04.020A. In regards to JADU's exemption, if council majority decides that JADUs, junior accessory dwelling units, should be exempt from the inclusionary housing ordinance, staff recommends the language that is highlighted in the slide be added to section 17.138.020.A2. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for any questions the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for adding all of the correspondence that you did and adding this into the presentation as well. Any initial questions? I see Councilmember Marks's hand, but I'm not sure if you have questions right now.
Can you please explain the difference between a JADU and a regular ADU? Thank you.
Sure. So a JADU is located within an existing space within the residential unit. So it potentially conversion of like a master suite into its own private, separate living quarters. And then ADU is a separate structure that's either attached or built separate from a residential unit.
Is that your only question? I think so. Can you just remind me, with the JADU and the ADU, they count towards the RENA numbers, right?
That's correct. Half of the ADUs or JADUs that are constructed would be considered low-income residential units.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Shoresman?
Yeah, just to follow up on that, did you say half the units that are 80? Oh, okay, so they count as like a half credit towards the RENA number? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, so for example, if we have in 1 year 35 ADUs constructed, half of that, 17 or so, would be considered low income. We would count those towards our RENA.
Okay. My actual questions,
were on, I think it was on one of your alternative slides, you talked about expanding the fractional unit fees to all. To all developments, I think is what you meant. Can you describe that a little bit?
Sure, happy to. I think the project example that's been used is, if you have a 10% requirement and you have 10 units, then the requirement is 1. Okay, so 1 affordable housing unit. And the way the ordinance is written, that would be a moderate income unit. So it's first is moderate, then low, moderate, low. If you have 11 units, you end up with a requirement for 2 affordable housing units if you round up. So under density bonus law, any fractional unit always rounds up. But the city's ordinance, we have control over that. And so what we're saying in terms of expanding the use of fractional numbers is that for a project that has 11 units, you can provide the 1 unit of affordable housing, but then to satisfy that fraction, that increment, you can pay an in lieu fee to satisfy that. So essentially you would be, for an 11-unit project, you can provide 1 unit and 10% of the otherwise applicable in lieu fee in order to satisfy your requirement. So, the in lieu fee would go from $25 a square foot to $2.50 a square foot by virtue of providing, meeting the requirement with, also by providing a unit.
So the same would be true if you had like a development with 101
Yep.
units or?
Yeah, whenever there's a fraction, then you would be allowed to. Or the way we've designed the alternative, you could also blend. So a project could come forward and say, I want to meet half my requirement. Even if fractional units weren't a factor, I could meet my requirement by providing half of the units on the ground, and I'll pay the in lieu fee for the other half.
So again, just for example, in clarity, you had a 100 unit development. You wanted to provide 5 of the units as affordable, and you could pay the fees for the other 5.
Exactly. So yeah, $12.50 a square foot instead of 25 in that scenario. And in that scenario, you would be providing 3 moderate income units and 2 low income units.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, and so the intent is just to create more flexibility and also more parity across all project types.
Yeah, no, that sounds like a great middle ground. One other question, and I think you talked about this in your slide, but I just want to get clarification again. There are some sort of incentives that are provided for those who create smaller units, even if they're not following the inclusionary housing ordinance, correct? If they're using the density bonus or other things, there are some other incentives and fees and things like that, right?
Correct, yeah. Some of our fee structures incentivize smaller units. Our infill design criteria is designed to avoid mansionization and to focus on compatibility in existing residential neighborhoods. We have allowed mixed-use development in all of our commercial zones now by right, which is creates a lot of opportunity for different housing types within different parts of the city, both for sale and for rent. We've done a number of other things, I think, to streamline the development review process, develop objective design standards to allow people with qualifying projects to go straight to building permits. So these are all things that facilitate housing production. And then, the in lieu fee, if somebody's going to pay an in lieu fee, it is still based on the size of the unit. So the smaller unit, the less total fee burden.
Thank you, that's it for now, I think.
Councilmember Pease.
Thank you so much, and thanks for kind of queuing up the specific questions. And so I kept going back to the option of doing the tiers, and I think what I'm, in terms of the in lieu fee, but I think what I'm seeing is that even though it's kind of like the same as the table 2A, right? So if a developer has, 10,000 square feet of building and they have a choice of doing, carving that into 500 square foot units or 2,500 square foot units, if you did a smaller fee for smaller units, then that might motivate them to do more, but the hurt to our funding would be the loss there. Am I putting that together correctly? Is that in order for us to continue to, we've identified this process as a primary, or at least one of our strategies to fund inclusionary housing. So we don't want to compromise generating that revenue for our affordable housing partners by tilting towards the sizing of the new market rate development. Am I saying that in the way that staff has been?
I think that our concern about tiering the in lieu fee is that once you separate the in lieu fee from the percentage requirement for affordable units, if you lower that in lieu fee and it gets out of parity with the percentage requirement, then people will always pay the fee. And so actually the concern is that you don't achieve the policy that's seeking to have a neighborhood that integrates households of various economic strata.
Gotcha.
So that's,
okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. That makes sense. And then in terms of the ADU and the JADU, so the ADU, by state law, we can't charge inclusionary fee on that anyway, right? And is the JADU the same situation? And so we're just adding in, we're kind of just clarifying that's not actually changing.
correct. That's right. And the benefit of ADUs and JADUs, and we're working to make those even easier to permit. It's the only kind of housing right now that the state recognizes as low income towards our regional housing need allocation without a deed restriction.
Gotcha. Okay, so adding JADU is a little bit of a moot point, but it's clarifying rather than actually changing anything.
Right. I think it's a helpful clarification. And I'll just add that in terms of our regional housing need allocation and the number of units that we're seeking to provide, like low income is one. By virtue of the fact that the state gives us those credits for ADUs, and in our inclusionary housing ordinance recommendation, low income is part of both for sale and for rent. It's also typically produced with our projects that are funded by in lieu fees. We also get low income units as part of that. We might actually be able to accomplish our RHNA for low income units under the recommendation before the council.
Thank you, Councilmember Pease. I don't think, Councilmember Marks, you're raising your hand, right? You can just shake your head, no.
No, I didn't mean to raise my hand.
Okay, no problem. Thank you so much. I just don't want to forget you. Okay, thank you very much for the tiered in lieu fees, for the fractional concept around the, if you're building 10 versus 11, it just seemed like a huge jump, so I think that makes sense. As far as the, sorry, I'm trying to get over to my other page, 1 second here. It's about to shut down everything, oh my goodness, okay. All right, there was a comment that came through saying, could we do 55 years versus 45 years for the deed restricted? And I was just curious what the reasoning is for the 45 and how to expand on that.
55 years is typically the, for rent deed restriction, and 45 years for sale. These are long-term affordable units, and so really the only way to address the generational wealth issue with these types of units is for somebody to stay in the unit for the full 45 years. These units can be inherited, but the stability that's provided with 45 years, I think that is the standard for the state, but I do believe the city would have the ability to increase that, the term of that. Wouldn't recommend it because I think 45, it used to be 30 years. 45 years is pretty long.
We live longer now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then,
I'll also mention that few people, stay in the unit for that long, but every time it sells, that term restarts.
okay, thank you, that's helpful. And then, in the Planning Commission and tonight, you've mentioned we need to instruct you to find more ways to incentivize. It seems odd, because I feel like in so many times you're looking for grants and finding out different things from staff. So why in this one moment do we have to instruct you to incentivize, find other ways versus it just happening as normal process?
Well, I think with council direction, then we would actually look at our work program and make assignments to staff and develop information and share it back with the community and the city council as it relates to some of the ideas that have been floated around enhanced infrastructure financing districts, around bond measures, or other things that might be, there is a regional housing action team that talks about these issues, and so we'll share information and report back.
Okay, thank you. I just figured that was like an obvious yes all the time, so thanks.
Well, it isn't. I mean, we do have a very full work program, but I think this is something that we can accommodate without trade-offs that we need to, get approval for.
Okay, sounds good. I figure since all of California is going through this, we're trying to figure out new ways. And then on the outreach, one things I get struggled by is DEI when it's kind of just wrapped in as kind of a buzzword. And I see the obvious connection with economic DEI outreach, but well, actually, let me rewind. Outreach as a whole, I received comments from developers, as well as HBA, as well as realtors, as well as people from different marginalized backgrounds that said, I didn't know anything about this, I didn't get involved. And once it was published, that's when people started to get involved. And so I'm just curious how the intentional outreach was to these different groups.
So we, as I mentioned in the presentation, started working on the project in 2019 when we started the Nexus study. We also then worked on the housing element, at which point we did a lot of expansive outreach to a variety of different individuals and groups. Unfortunately, that was also during the pandemic, so it made it very challenging, but we did make a proactive effort and had online surveys and opportunities for the public to interact with and provide feedback on the housing element. And then as we moved forward with our recommendation, we did come forward to the council with the preliminary recommendation in March, which essentially had a majority of the kind of substantive changes to the ordinance at that time. And so we also then reached out to the Chamber of Commerce and provided presentations. We had an email list where we were emailing folks about when we were updating, when the final draft was available for public comment in May. And then we went to the Planning Commission in June. So there was definitely time for people to provide feedback during those different opportunities. And we've tried to work, anytime anyone had questions or wanted to hear more, we tried to arrange times to provide presentations or have conversations.
And the only thing I'll add to that is that updating our public notification and engagement manual is part of the DEI work program and something that we, want to do better at and focus on.
And then with the emails that went out, does the DEI task force or the diversity notifications automatically get this inclusionary housing ordinance discussion?
I don't believe so, not automatically.
Just obvious nexus, so, okay. Sorry, let me just go through one more thing here. No, I think that's it for me for right now. Thank you. Vice Mayor Christensen.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for all the work that you've been doing nonstop since 2019, especially during the last week or two. I'm just circling just one thing that I brought up during our mayor's question around the number 4 recommendation from the Planning Commission, and it's part of the staff recommendation, which is that direct staff to develop new incentives. Part of that directing of us would be something like maybe bring back new incentives, maybe like Table 2A in one of these other things, and do it sooner rather than later. I mean, that's what you're really asking. That's what the Planning Commission asked, and that's what you're asking us to confirm, is that these kinds of incentive programs that aren't necessarily resulting in actual technical low-income housing have still been very beneficial to both the city in terms of units as well, and you know, good small units and different kinds of units, as well as our developers. And by confirming that and asking for that, that helps prioritize those types of activities in your vast work program list.
Yes, it does. And, you know, in particular, there's 2 projects we're working on, the Downtown Flexible Density Program and the Missing Middle Housing Program. So Downtown Flexible Density is one that essentially allows an unlimited number of 600 square foot units and smaller in the downtown core. And it's a method to ensure, you know, full utilization of the design standards for downtown, and allowing buildings to fill up with residential uses as opposed to, you know, office or other upper floor uses that are not as consistent right now with, you know, what city policy is driving for. And so when we develop that project, having the direction from the city council up front that, you know, you wouldn't want the inclusionary housing requirement, or there may be other constraints to developing and delivering that kind of housing, that'll give us the ability to really build that in from the beginning. I think Missing Middle Housing is also an exciting project. We have an abundance of R1 single-family zoning in the city of San Luis Obispo. A lot of that R1 zoning is located in areas that are rich in infrastructure and able to support more housing density. And so, you know, looking at missing middle housing, which is really, it's an architectural type. It's a house scale multifamily housing project, like a duplex, triplex, you know, quad, bungalow court, but the architecture is designed to be compatible with the single family neighborhood. You know, projects like that, you know, may not be able to provide inclusionary housing and still be economically feasible. And so we will evaluate that as part of developing those recommendations and bring forward exemptions, whether they're just exempt or whether there's a Table 2A style approach is something we'll evaluate through the process. And real quick, that there are probably around 1,000 units or more that of capacity between those projects that, in terms of what we plan to bring forward.
Councilmember Shorsman.
Thank you. Yeah, one more question, just to piggyback off of Vice Mayor's question. That recommendation, that directing staff to look into new incentives, what do you think would be a reasonable time frame that staff could come back with some of those recommendations? I heard some comment from the community that you know, this is really important, and I'm just curious if we think we could move that along in the, you know, the current year that we're in, or how long it would take to come back with some of those recommendations.
The 2 projects that I mentioned, in addition to the subdivision regulations update, are Those three projects are all scheduled right now to be completed during the current two-year financial plan, so by June 30th, 2023. That's going to be very challenging to meet, but we're making progress. And our goal right now is to produce a draft ordinance this calendar year for flexible density downtown. And then that'll start the public engagement process, the environmental review process, and then start that working towards city council action in spring 23. And then from there, we'll just, keep moving forward like we've been doing. We've brought the zoning regulations update to the city council objective design standards, and now the inclusionary housing ordinance update, and we're just gonna keep working away.
Kind of expanding on that. So with the inclusionary housing ordinance, in theory though, we had to bring it back in July, but in theory we could postpone this until we heard what the missing middle, I know it's not missing middle, but what the next program is going to be decided, right? I mean, if you bring back the next program, we could then bring it back together, right?
That would be up to the council, yeah. Yeah, if the council wanted to delay adoption, then that's a discussion for you to have. I would say that these other projects that we've mentioned are relatively small in scale relative to the inclusionary housing ordinance and what we want to establish in terms of the standard for inclusionary housing for projects that are subject to that. Tomorrow, or the day that this ordinance goes into effect, there are other options for developers to avoid inclusionary housing requirements. So density bonus projects, for example, are exempt from the inclusionary housing requirement and provide really substantial incentives to build smaller and higher density projects.
Thank you. Okay, without any other questions, it is public comment time. And I believe we have about 10 people, so I'm going to take public comment from 3 minutes down to 2. And we're going to start with Joe Benson and then Lindy Hatcher.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
And Joe, I want to apologize. It was 2035 for the whole community, but I thought that's what you're talking about for the city, so sorry about that.
We're both right. I, like many others, spoke during public comment when this was before your planning commissioners, and I encourage this council to take a comprehensive, holistic view on this issue. Staff report says that Table 2A has been successful in providing smaller unit sizes and higher density, but is no longer achieving affordability. The reality is that Table 2A has promoted workforce and missing middle housing, and while our local housing market will have its natural peaks and valleys, smaller units, by definition, will remain more affordable than larger units in the same market. The assertion by a couple of your planning commissioners that Table 2A has caused our community to, quote, miss out on more affordable units simply defies logic. Without Table 2A, an untold number of projects would not have happened at all, or would have happened with far fewer total units, thereby having fewer affordable units. I absolutely support continuing to build more low-income housing and fully complying with our RENA allocation. However, the ordinance, as currently proposed, is nothing more than a thinly veiled experiment to see just how far the city can push the developer community in losing money. At best, the consequence of this policy experiment will be to deepen the current divide in our community of the very rich and the very poor, while those like me with middle-level income continue to be left out. The result will be that our community will see even less affordable housing because building high-end luxury homes will be the only way for development to be commercially viable. At worst, the consequence of this policy experiment will be that even fewer low-income housing units will be built because projects don't pencil for investors. I strongly encourage you to not experiment with policy as important as this, and instead take a comprehensive and measured approach which takes into account all factors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Lindy Hatcher and then Damian Mavis.
Speed speaking at its best. All right, thank you, Mayor Stewart and City Council for hearing our thoughts on this. We also ask you to delay the decision on this today. The proposed IHO fees are still too high. We're looking at $2 to $3 million per development for 1,200 square foot to 1,500 square foot homes at 100 units per development, that will kill any project submitted anytime. If builders cannot build in SLO, you do not get any money for your affordable housing that's desperately needed out of this whole experiment. We asked the city to engage with and really listen to the stakeholders and those directly impacted, and those that are real world expertise, experienced folks building boots on the ground. We really want to find some solutions for this as well and put this behind us and work on some other issues. Mayor Stewart asked me for solutions today, so here's what the city can do right now. Donate city surplus lands to nonprofit builders to build affordable housing. This is already happening across the state. Build vertical. The fewer walls built, the less expensive it is to build a unit. Loosen design standards for specific areas in the city that the staff feel are appropriate for higher density, not everywhere, like Grover Beach. Zone land to attract housing. Sounds like you're already doing some of that, but incentivize it, streamline permitting, do fee offsets for infrastructure credits against fees, et cetera. Look at a TOT tax to help service industry workers afford to live where they work. Hotel and motel conversions, repurpose vacant retail space to rental space, add a streamlining ordinance to expedite it. Assess a small cannabis fee, apply for state grants. Just please keep this Table 2A in place as well. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Damian Mavis and then Jim D'Antona.
Good evening. My name is Damian Mavis. With Covelop, we're a local builder and developer of both residential and commercial projects. We've been in business for 19 years. I've lived in SLO for 29 years. I went to Cal Poly. I was one of the lucky ones. I never had to leave. So I wanted to first thank staff for their hard work on this important ordinance. I think they've done a great job. I think if you couple the staff alternatives, it would form a very durable program. I think on to the specific comments, I think the 6% inclusionary proposal on for rent units is reasonable. I think it practically, the practical effect is that most apartment projects would fall under a state density bonus law. I think that's pretty well thought out and provides kind of the stick and the carrot in terms of incentives. Regarding for sale inclusionary requirements, I support that alternative number 2 found in the agenda for 8% inclusionary and the reduced fee. I think for a few reasons it'll soften the effects of eliminating Table 2A. We've just had about a 25% increase in impact fees due to inflation. For sale units are typically larger, include single family homes, makes it harder to practically take advantage of some of the state density bonus law provisions. Even the proposed $20 fee would be very significant, the largest impact fee by far for residential units. Commercial linkage fees, I'd urge you to go with staff recommendation and not go higher. Doesn't really affect the developer. However, I did like the equity share program, and I think maybe if it was retooled, you could get the economics back in line to produce a win-win situation. I also like the idea of all fractional units being eligible to pay the in lieu fees. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jim D'Antona and then Carrie Norris.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I think we can all agree that we are driving to the same goal, increasing our housing supply, specifically affordable, and making a dent in this housing crisis in our community. We just aren't in agreement on how to do that most effectively. Staff and council have both identified the lack of affordable housing delivered towards the RHNA allocation as the reason for these proposed changes, and most specifically the need to eliminate Table 2A. Staff and council have both said that the 2A has led to the delivery of more market rate and not enough affordable. I would ask you to take a look at Table 4, Progress Towards 6 Cycle Objectives, and you will see that actually we have delivered a significant amount of units utilizing the current ordinance. The table shows the 1,411 units of above moderate market rate housing and 208 units of affordable housing been delivered in that time. That's nearly 13% of affordable units delivered during this time frame. Table 2A has done the work it was intended to on affordable and delivered compact urban form units. Staff proposals in the new IHO would produce similar amounts that the ordinance with 2A has already delivered, except that the new changes include other changes that would cause developers to pass on building in our community. Our analysis is that the proposed changes you are considering tonight will actually do the reverse and ensure that the housing development does not happen in our community as private developers go to other cities and unincorporated areas of the county to build because it's easier and less expensive to build, leading our community deeper into the housing crisis, necessitating more vehicle miles traveled, greater carbon footprint, and urban sprawl. We know that's not your intent and that you want to ensure generations of Obispans will have a housing they can afford. We just don't want to see our community, which has made so much progress in housing, go back to the days where our city essentially had a moratorium on building housing that started us on this path to a housing crisis. The impact of the proposed changes on the lack of housing development will be felt in 3 to 4 years, and if these changes move forward as staff has outlined today, we see that as the result. The other person was Carrie Morris, and she was part of this task force, but unfortunately with child care issues had to leave. So,
Thank you. Okay, then we have Aaron Abbott and then Taylor Simpson.
Good evening, council members. I'm Aaron Abbott, local housing developer and local community member. I saw a lot of alternatives that looked promising, and I thought that was great. There has been some good conversations in the last month that have led to some improvements. Fractional numbers are good. The ADA exemption better identified. I liked seeing the comment in there about flexibility in housing type and location within a proposed development. I actually think that me as a developer, the biggest thing that I can provide in a new project is an allocation of those units. It's very, very difficult for me to pay for the cost of delivering, especially the for sale, but working through the entitlement process and figuring out ways to integrate the programming for deed-restricted affordable housing, I think is something that we can do and do extremely well. But I think we need to find more diverse revenue sources that are bigger, because I just don't think that us as market rate developers can make a big enough of a difference to really move the needle. But if we post a bond, if we are willing to do other things that are more community-based, that raises a lot more substantial funds that are more sustainable, we can work with our nonprofit partners and deliver a lot more housing units for everybody. So I think that there's opportunities all over the place there. I also have thought a lot about the inclusion and equity conversation. It's always easier for us to do the rental units from a deed restricted standpoint than the for sale, but I do understand the challenges and the objectives and outcomes. What I've been thinking a lot lately is getting more inclusion and equity on the housing ladder. So all of us work through a housing ladder, whether that's we rent for a while so that we can save up for a townhouse so that we can eventually try and move into a single family home. And that's something I think we should think hard about for inclusion.
Thank you. Taylor Simpson and then Jocelyn Brennan.
Madam Mayor, fellow council members, my name is Taylor Simpson. I'm a local SLO resident and also work for a housing provider here and vice president of the HBA. I'd like to first and foremost thank staff for all the hard work. I know there's a lot of controversy and difficult negotiations that go on with these types of policies, but it should be recognized and promoted that they're putting a lot of effort into this. However, I really have difficulty boiling this down to a nexus study and talking about percentages and fees that we can charge to solve a much greater problem. By far, the greatest and most consistent vehicle we can put in place is a bond. As a property owner in the city of SLO, I would greatly support a measure where property taxes had an affordable housing community participation fee of $100 to $200 annually. With just over 19,000 households in the city, this would generate between 1.9 and 3.8 million that could be leveraged and allocated to affordable housing projects in the city annually. Coupled with fair IHO fees and other in-place revenue sources, this will result in a major shift in affordable housing availability and help sustain financial feasibility of projects across the income spectrum. Other revenue sources to consider would be increases to TOT and allocations from the general fund. This is 100% a community issue and 100% a challenge we must solve as a community and not something that should be solved by unit allocation and fees from housing providers. If anyone on this council or community feels different, my fear would be that our city's goals of equity, diversity, and inclusivity will be met and matched with exclusivity, benefiting only those who own property within the city limits. The most important aspect of affordable housing within our community is not that it's allocated amongst market rate housing, but access to our city's services, amenities, and infrastructure. So I say, we as community members need to seriously consider adopting this as a community effort. If we do this, our city will become that much closer to our goals of being equitable, diverse, inclusive, and even prosperous. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jocelyn Brennan and Kimmy Nguyen.
Council members and Mayor, thank you for hearing this item. I'm Government Affairs for SLO County Association of Realtors. Tonight I am representing the San Luis Coastal Association. They are honored to be able to provide some input and their assistance. We are the San Luis Obispo Coastal Association of Realtors, a committed group of over 700 real estate professionals fighting to keep the dream of home ownership alive in SLO County. We applaud the city for approving the recent residential development projects that added to the local housing stock and provided priority for local workforce. However, there's more work to do. We are concerned about the current and future affordability of the Central Coast. For the first quarter of 2022, the median home price in this county was $852,000, and just this May, it was $931,000. Housing affordability remains near the lowest level since 2007. San Luis Obispo County has one of the lowest percentages in the state of residents who can afford to purchase a home, according to the California Association of Realtors Affordable Housing Index. While the increased production of deed-restricted housing for our neediest residents is an admirable goal and one that we support, it should not come at the expense of building more moderate workforce homes. The lack of housing capacity will only increase the price of housing and counteract the goal of producing more deed-restricted units. Recently, the local municipalities have had an approach to IHO updates that's vastly different. We believe there can be a solution that allows for the development of homes while increasing the inclusionary funds and down payment assistance funds. The previous IHO was in place for the city for many years, as it will the new one be. We suggest that the city staff continue to work with the industry and regional partners on modifying the existing ordinance, and we would like to offer the realtors our feedback and assistance in those goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have Kimmy Nguyen and Ken Triguero.
Hello, council members. My name is Kimmy Nguyen. I'm a resident of SLO, and I'm an urban planner by trade. Today I'm speaking to you as a member of SLO County YIMBY, which stands for Yes in My Backyard. We're a group of housing advocates locally. The city's current ordinance on the books is by no means perfect. However, I believe some of the proposed changes in the draft are regressive and a huge step backwards in getting SLO to where it needs to be to make a dent in this housing crisis. Our group's top recommendations to revise the draft are as follows. We would recommend that you exempt infill multifamily projects of 2 to 10 units and possibly consider even up to 15 units. This would allow longtime property owners who have already absorbed the cost of land to add units in a time where labor and material costs are at an all-time high. And this will incentivize the missing middle housing that we all keep hearing about, making it cheaper to construct, rent, and easier on existing infrastructure. Among local housing advocates, I know there's this sentiment that we have to make developers and builders pay their fair share and get them to build the exact type of units we want, but pushing these exorbitant fees onto the development community is punitive, and it's pushing the responsibility of fixing this problem solely onto them while also tying their hands. I greatly worry that this proposed draft would have the opposite effect as intended, making homes even more expensive to build at a time when building and inflation costs are already at a historic high. To sum up, do not adopt the ordinance as written. include an exemption for multifamily projects of 2 to 10 units. And we would also agree with the thoughts expressed to bring forward the other land use policy and zoning changes that were outlined by staff, and then later to bring the IHO. All of these policies will help our development community help dig ourselves out of this hole. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ken, and any other member, city council clerk? What? Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Ken Triguero with People's Self-Help Housing. We're your local affordable housing developer. We've been here since 1970, have worked all over the Central Coast, done about 3,000 homes, but it's a lot, but still we find ourselves in this crisis. Regrettably, we have on about 2,000 apartments a wait list of about 12,000, so 6 households for every unit that's out there. Our main bottleneck is the funding. We've got a bunch of projects in the pipeline, but we need more funding. And we have had a lot of good successes in various jurisdictions who have an inclusionary housing ordinance, including here in the city. For instance, where there's donated land, or we're a proponent of the in lieu fee because we have this ability to really leverage those funds. It's not uncommon for us to be able to take $1 of a local source like we're talking about and multiply that into $10 or more, and that's a fairly conservative amount. So we feel like it's a really efficient way of doing things. I know we hear in communities, and we've heard it tonight, where there's a desire to do it faster and within a project. I get that. That's certainly an important thing to consider. But there are also some other advantages when an affordable houser like yourselves and the Housing Authority, others who are for-profit affordable house developers as well are involved. You know, we can, as I said, leverage those resources. We can commonly put more units in that were required of the market rate developer. We target deeper into lower income categories, especially for those who are extremely low. We do more for housing those who are experiencing homelessness. So there's some good advantages. Plus, we professionally manage those. That takes the burden off the jurisdiction. Costs of compliance as well, and we do that in perpetuity. So we're a proponent for that. We hope that you'll not only keep intact the program here, but also look at additional sources. We think that's a good thing to do as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, we have Leah Brooks.
I'm Leah Brooks of San Luis Obispo, and I usually don't talk on this issue, but I just really want to applaud the city for trying new strategies. I'm lucky enough to have grown up here, and my brothers and I inherited several rental properties that we managed together, and we are carrying on the tradition of affordable rentals. And people are desperate out there. They're absolutely desperate, and anything you can do. They're controversial. I think everything you do is going to be controversial, but I think you need to try. So go for it. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we have one last one. Ann Wyatt? That'll be the final public comment.
Sorry, it was sitting on the counter here.
That's okay.
Unnoticed. Apologies for it not getting into the right hands. Thank you, council members and staff, for the work to get us here tonight. I urge you to hold firm and pass the ordinances and the fee structure changes that you have before you. A lot of this hinges around the questions about Table 2A. I'll remind everyone that you have an ordinance already operational. So what we're talking about tonight really substantially in this changed ordinance is the elimination of 2A. And thanks to staff for the thorough analysis detailing what we intuitively have understood and been talking about for some years now. 2A exemptions create us 0 affordable homes. Our goal here is to get affordable homes. The 2A exemptions aren't getting us there. What we're getting is a lot of missed opportunities, and not passing this tonight misses us more opportunities. Nothing in this ordinance before you, as staff and the members of the public have pointed out, precludes any number of other work plan activities. In fact, staff has detailed several of those ahead. So passing this tonight in no way precludes other actions. We need every tool in the box. This is certainly not the only one. This ordinance does incentivize smaller homes. These incentives don't go away despite the comments and the fears. It's a per square foot fee. So if you build a 500 square foot home and pay the fees, your fees are half of what the 1,000 square foot is, which is half of what the 2,000 square foot is. So this notion that it's not incentivizing smaller homes is incorrect. A couple of changes I'd just like to recommend. I see the capture of JADUs. I'm very comfortable and happy with the fractional recalculations. SB9 changes, my sense is you may want to exempt SB9 splits. So maybe there's some quick language to exempt up to 4 units on existing developed lots. They're another option that's out there. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, thank you, everybody, for everyone's comments. And now is the time. Staff, do you have any input from anything that's been said?
I just wanted to address one comment that I heard a couple of speakers represent this effort as an experiment. And I understand that, perspective, but I just want to remind the City Council that we went through a very deliberate process with some, very experienced and focused consultants guiding us, in that we are not, in terms of the comparative agencies that we used in our Nexus study and looking around the state at inclusionary housing requirements, this inclusionary housing requirement is not high by by comparison. In fact, the standard is being reduced for our expansion areas. So that concept that we used to have in terms of more affordable housing out there, but in city, there'll be less, we're evening it. And so that means a lower requirement in some locations, a higher requirement in others. The issue is Table 2A, and I think that we have identified a number of ways that we are incentivizing and pushing towards accomplishing those units in other ways. And I think that, we report annually on our progress, and we'll be back in spring of 2023, and we'll be able to give you a snapshot. If the council, moves forward, we'll be able to give you a snapshot at that point in time of what the impact of these regulations have been, and suggest modifications if they're warranted. I was here in this room in 1999 when the ordinance was adopted, the original inclusionary housing ordinance was adopted. That didn't include Table 2A or any mechanism like that. That was something that came later. So that it just, that was what the need was at the time. And I think that's the approach that we have is, it's not an experiment, but it's also not set in stone.
Thank you. Anything from you? Okay. I was not in this room, but I was here at 99 too. Vice Mayor Christensen.
I was here shortly after 1999. A few years later, I think we did put in Table 2A, and it, as we've all noted, it produced a lot of units. We're thrilled. And it produced a lot of units that got sold at market rates. Now, obviously, a smaller home is selling for less money, so it's, quote, more affordable. But as I've talked to a number of people with the Chamber and the Chamber Board and developers, that is not the purpose of an inclusionary housing ordinance. An inclusionary housing ordinance is about inclusionary housing, which is a specific legally described type of housing for legally qualified, income qualified folks. It isn't about, cheaper housing for more people, which was a very important goal, which is part of the things that Michael's been talking about all evening. It's about specifically producing housing for low income qualified or very low income qualified folks, which is what we have not actually gotten from Table 2A or any other way very much. And we are seeing that in our data so far, and so the idea is let's try to figure out something that gets us more of that particular kind of housing while we still continue to incentivize developers to build lots more of that, quote, Table 2A housing, denser, smaller, higher, more compact, more of it, which not only do the density bonus laws that have come through in the state, because the state has figured out the same thing that we have, but also in these other programs that Michael's mentioned, missing middle, and all kinds of other things, development agreements, joint ventures have come through from low-income housing and for-profit people who put together with city agreements that don't actually have to follow the inclusionary housing ordinance technically. So there are lots of other ways to get great housing without having our previous version that we're trying to update and revise. And I really have to tell you that as a layperson who sat in front of many, many housing developers who I love and adore, as you all know, because you do build the housing that we need, and you take those risks, and they are incredible. But you always say that you're never going to build housing here under those rules, and you're going to have to go and deliver it all in Santa Maria and blah, blah, blah. And we all know that that is theoretically possible, but that we have a great market here. We have people who want to live here. They have always wanted to live here. They still want to live here. And that one of the things you need for housing and to try to make that that risk worth it is to be building in a place where people want to live. And one of the ways you do that is you build in a great city like San Luis Obispo that has very strong impact fees to make it nice. So you have roads and trees and things that go with it, parks, that keep our air and our water clean, that try to build housing that also includes people who are poor, or who are considered technically poor by means testing in terms of housing. So you get more of that economically inclusive people as well as everybody else. I mean, you get your different kinds of jobs as well as different kinds of housing. So I really appreciate the passion that we've heard about with Table 2A, and I understand why, but that isn't what this particular evening is about tonight. It is not about, building housing for everybody. It's about building housing for these two particular means-tested income folks, low income and very low income, and that's really hard to do. And I absolutely agree, I think with Mr. Abbott, as we've talked about, and as he said tonight, that we do need to develop better and broader forms of funding. That probably it isn't fair to continue to expect only our developers to pay for it. Things like bond issues, I think, are practical because the people who, since we have 70% renters, it's possible it could pass. But that's not what we're here about tonight either. We're here to direct staff to think about these things, and that's certainly something they can go forward, but that isn't what we're going to say we're going to do tonight, because that's not part of our topic tonight. I also love the idea, I think that the future councils will have to have more of a discussion around things like housing ladders and what do we really mean by providing for sale, very low-income housing, what maybe different ways of approaching that could be found. I mean, what I'm saying is I think that this community is ready and willing and has the people in it to start talking about what I call next generation housing policies, because that's where we're at. We're done with the stuff that I was talking about 20 years ago. 20 years ago, I was talking about please build housing. I mean, build a unit of housing, because nobody was building anything. And now we have everybody in the room going, absolutely, we need housing and don't blame developers. That is like that's like so far removed from what we had to beg people 20 years ago. But 20 years ago, people were saying all developers were horrible and we don't want anybody to build anything. So we have really moved into a completely new understanding of what housing means. And housing means, it means diversity, equity, and inclusion for all kinds of reasons and all kinds of levels. And it means healthy economics. It means a healthy future. It means healthy, good life for our kids and our parents. And so, all that aside, tonight we're talking about inclusionary housing unit ordinance, specifically to try to get more technically, it's a technical, legal description of low and very low income. Look at their specific income levels that qualify for this. And I think the staff has come up with I basically agree with Ann Wyatt. I think the staff has come up with some thoughtful, good, actual inclusionary focused recommendations for this ordinance. I am supportive of adding the JADU exemption to the ADU exemption. I'm okay with supporting what was mentioned in Memo 2 about expanded use of fractional units. I'm also supportive of taking a look at flexible design criteria. I heard that in some of my stakeholder comments, and I know we have some kind of policies that make it a little tricky, but I think it would be worth exploring. I think that the economics of some of this have changed, and some of those joint ventures and other bigger projects might benefit from some of that flexible design criteria, and it would be great to talk about that too. I do want to see I do want to, as part of our motion, I would like to make sure that staff does come back as soon as possible with its missing middle subdivision regs and downtown density regs that would hopefully include a Table 2A type approach as part of one of those things, because I think that our developers understand it and they like it and it's worked. So those kinds of incentives seem to be very popular, and hopefully will get us a lot of units in other places. But they aren't the technical IHO units that we're talking about tonight, and I want to see what this proposal can bring. That's where I'm at right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Pease. We'll come back to you when your phone is working. Councilmember Marks.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I want to compliment Vice Mayor Christensen on being so articulate as saying almost everything that I wanted to say. I have a few more things to say. I actually was in the room on the council in 1999 and worked hard to help advocate for the first inclusionary housing ordinance. And I think that what staff has come up with tonight, and not just tonight, all the work leading up to tonight, is admirable. I think it's data-based. It's very well thought out. I would like to go ahead and eliminate 2A as a means of trying to get more affordable housing and look at the strategy another way when we're looking at incentives. I'm for keeping the 10% and not going to 8% for the units, if you know what I'm talking about. I have been saying for many years that the idea of building of affordability by design is kind of a sham, because it's the market that determines the cost of housing, unless it's deed restricted. The way that affordable housing for low and very low income people, which as Councilmember Christensen pointed out, is something that is a public good. It's something that the city can do. It is not designed to make a lot of money for a lot of people who are developing housing. It's designed to provide housing for teachers and people who work in restaurants and people who clean hotel rooms. And if we're really serious about diversity, equity, and inclusion, we have to seriously back the staff recommendation in this regard. I think the exemption for the JADUs makes sense, because often those JADUs that are just attached to an existing home are really granting units or occupied by family members, and they share a lot of things besides, they're really more or less one household. I think the Planning Commission's directions to staff are appropriate. And I want to also say that it's very important that these units are integrated into existing developments if possible. I'm living in San Luis Ranch. I happen to be living in, we paid market rate for it, but we're living in a unit that is designated as affordable housing. It will be affordable housing, and for the other such units that are built in the development. And it's a very, very well designed, we're really happy there. And the point is that these people who qualify for affordable housing deserve high quality housing in a high quality city. And I think this is something that we can be proud of if we move forward tonight. And as long as I've got the floor, I want to say I have to catch a very early plane tomorrow, so I'm going to have to leave after this item and have to leave the meeting. But at any rate, I will support the motion when it's made. Thank you.
Councilor Pease.
Thank you so much. And thank you to staff for really a Herculean effort to listen to so many comments and keep coming back with more information. I'm really grateful to that and to the whole community. I think we are trying to do something better. I think one of the, a couple of just overarching take-homes, and I'll just go into the specifics. One is that it's just become so abundantly clear, I think, to all of us as a whole community, it's just that we need more money into this program. And whereas maybe now we get $300,000, $400,000 a year to be able to build units, and as our friends, our nonprofit housing developers have shared with us, it's, you know, if there's maybe $40,000, they can leverage that into a whole unit. But because our target is so big, 1,700 units we need to, you know, is our goal over the set amount of time, that we're needing $3 million to $4 million every year. So we need to think bigger, think more reliably about a reliable source. So I certainly do support that staff recommendation to have a focused effort on generating revenue for the Inclusionary Housing Fund. Let's, you know, it's kind of exciting, like, let's do this. And then the other, just kind of a small note, but I think that the kind of the trade-off of 2A or not 2A and what are we building that's affordable to, you know, moderate incomes, I think both are true, right? I think both, that by this deed restricted definition, there's an affordability which we're haven't been able to achieve, and that there's a lot of folks of moderate income who actually could afford and did afford, have been affording these units that are market rate but smaller. So I don't want to discount how beneficial that those units have been in that that ladder of housing that one of our speakers spoke about. So I think the specifics that I'm supporting of the alternates that were posed, the fractional numbers, I think that that does give flexibility. The flexibility, it was kind of worded that we don't necessarily need to change the language, but just recognize that our community development director has some leeway in being able to recognize trade-offs in terms of how distributed, size, types, et cetera. So I do think we need to recognize those trade-offs, as I think we have in the past. So maybe just carry on with that practice. Adding JADU as a clarification, I think that makes sense. And I think any other kinds of modifications towards missing middle can wait for the missing middle program. Personally, I would reduce. I would take the alternate that staff has proposed or has provided in case we are interested to go to 8% to the 5% moderate, 3% low, and the $20 per square foot fee. I feel like in trying to, our development community is pleading with us to have it not be so burdensome, and recognizing their boots on the ground reality, I think feels appropriate to make that concession. And I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Shoresman.
I'll try to keep my comments brief, and luckily a lot of it has been said. Appreciate all the work that staff has put into this. Also really appreciate the really thoughtful comments from the public, and I was madly scribbling down some of the ideas that people were mentioning, and also was really pleased, some of the ideas that were brought up are things that we're already doing already. So I think we're going the right direction generally. In terms of the specifics, I would agree with adding the JADU language. I think that's a good idea. I really liked the fractional unit fee concept. I'd like to see that, expanded. And I think the idea of being able to split what you decide to build with the fees is good. I like all the flexibility around deciding how much of the requirement you meet with fees versus how much you actually build yourself. So I like that concept as well. Let's see what else here. Where was that? That was what.
Memo 2 or Memo 1? 2.
Memo 2. It was what Director Codron mentioned, where there's the 10% requirement. You can meet it by building 5% of the units and then pay the fees for the rest, which I thought was a great idea and would love to see that. Do you need some clarification?
I just keep looking. I keep looking for that as trying to find it, and that isn't the way I thought we could already do that. Can we already do that?
We have a exhibit that we can share, so if the council is interested in incorporating that into any action tonight, we have ordinance language that we would share.
Yeah, never mind. I just wanted to see if there was something you were talking about that
It's just what we talked about tonight.
And I do think that the missing middle housing piece is just a huge piece that I know let me back up again. Removing table 2A, I'm in favor of that from this particular ordinance, but I would be curious to see how that concept can be incorporated into some of the missing middle or other concepts that we're going to be looking at later. And then I agree with directing staff to come back with some of these missing middle policies and programs as soon as possible. I don't want to postpone this to a future date to look at it all at once, because I think this is important and we should move forward. But if we could get back before the end of the year, I think that would be my dream world. I think that might be it. I think that's where I'll leave it. Thank you.
Okay, I'll try to rip through these as well. I also like the fractional numbers as far as the 1.1, if that's where you get to 11 units, for example. I also think the ADU and JADU should be added. And I think also what we can do about flexibility in design is great. I think like Jim D'Antona said, is we're all here trying to figure out how to get to more housing. And the challenging part is I'm hearing many different ways to get there that don't actually equal a puzzle right now that looks complete. When we heard from Ken earlier, it was he would like to have in lieu fees. When I spoke to Haslo, it was we would like to have the units now to put people in now. So my point being that these are both the nonprofit partners that we're wanting our developers to work with, and there's two different things that they're asking for. Of course, Haslo will take the money too to do it, but it's I don't feel that we have all the parts. So, and I know that we're gonna work on the whatever we're gonna call missing middle, market rate housing for workers that need working housing, whatever you wanna call that. When we're talking about our teachers and our lower paid individuals, hospitality, what does that look like? Without having that in place, it seems odd to me to be having this inclusionary housing ordinance discussion. And I also think without involving the diversity, equity, inclusion task force or something alongside that, we're also missing a part of the people who should be at this table. This is something we couldn't talk about in the task force because we were very specific and focused in diversity DEI task force, but we also talked about how much housing is affecting people of different backgrounds to stay here or to even come here in the first place. So it seems odd that we're not having these conversations together. So I think as far as if we were to pass this today, I would be in favor of making sure this is brought back, as you mentioned, you'll be bringing it back in spring anyway, so maybe that timing will better align with your program for the missing middle housing, and we can really evaluate that again. But I personally, if it were up to me, it sounds like my colleagues are not on the same page, but if it were up to me, I would wait on this and bring this together, because I feel like there's just some really missing holes that I don't feel great about. I did speak to many developers that are in the room and that are not here as well. I spoke to home builders, I spoke to realtors, and when we're talking about building together, I know what you mentioned, developers say they won't build and they still build, and I get that to a point, but we also have a lot of local, smaller builders, and if we want to keep things local, like we say on a regular basis, then it seems like we should not necessarily say, sorry, all, let's get a big group in that can come and do this cheaper. So that, I just feel like there needs to be closer working with them on that. And when we get to that point of looking at down payment assistance or equity share, that is definitely something I'd be excited about in the future. So those are my comments at this time. Vice Mayor Christensen.
Okay, I know that, is Jan left, or she's still there? Oh, there she is.
No, here.
Okay, good. Okay, I know she wants to get going here, and I do too, so I'm gonna go ahead and try to craft a motion, see what you guys think. And I wanted to comment, Mayor, I think your comments around other folks getting involved in the housing policies is very important, but I don't think it's this kind of technical thing, because this is really driven by like state law and federal housing law. It's where we need to have more conversation is around what does it mean to provide housing for very low income ownership? Is that really where we want to spend our dollars? Or do we want to spend it in a different way, in a different place? Those kinds of conversations, that's where we really need to get more input from more much broader community, as opposed to, this is pretty technical around builders. And so I have appreciated all of their input. But anyway, your instincts aren't wrong. I'm not sure that they're actually aimed at this, but I get it. Okay, so my understanding of where the majority of us are is that we are sticking with the inclusionary housing recommendations. And if you take that list of number 1, 2, and 3, with the changes of adding the JADU exemptions and expanding the fractional unit information, fractional unit language to match or be close to what you talked about in memo 2, that we, in terms of the staff recommendations regarding number 4, which talked about developing programs for the missing middle, that we are saying, yes, please, bring those missing middle subdivision, downtown density back to us as soon as you can and focus on that. And maybe, well, not maybe, if you could include something, if you could evaluate incentives and bring something around that looks like Table 2A, it's very popular and it's worked great. And then for number 5, in terms of funding, yeah, I think it's also would be great to, I think we want to direct you to definitely explore future funding options. Some of the ones mentioned, but also, longer range, things like bond issues, and as kind of I've alluded to, having longer range, broader next generation housing policy discussions that bring in more of the folks who actually are benefiting from this, whether they're working class, moderate income, family folks, low income, whatever. Get more of their input at the beginning. Is that really the kind of housing they need? It's like talking to people who say, oh, you have all this SRO, I don't want to live in an SRO. Or you have all this, group housing, I don't want to live in a group housing. Where do people really want to put our quote, affordable housing money and policies? Where do they really want to put them? Because we have some policies that were developed a long time ago now, 20 years ago, that might not be very useful anymore, but not tonight. Anyway, that's it for that motion.
Councilmember Shorsman.
One item, where were we with the percentage of units that we were going to include? I heard one person say 8%, and I know I'm personally interested in keeping it at 10%.
Yeah, no, I thought 10% is, because I think Jan and me and you were in favor of keeping it, so that's three of us. That's why, yeah.
Yes, 10%.
So yes, would you second it?
Yes, I'll second it then.
And I think, did I mention that we were interested in you also mentioned this in memo two, the flexible design criteria?
Yes.
Including
And we did want to put up on the screen the fractional unit language, just to introduce it into the record, obviously, depending.
It was in a memo.
What's that?
It was in the memo?
Well, we actually have ordinance language
okay.
because it changes the ordinance, and so we'll just,
Yes.
share this with everybody, but the concept here is essentially the ability to pay in lieu fees or provide the units, whether you've got a fractional unit or a whole unit. So it provides essentially maximum flexibility for how you meet the requirement.
Yes.
And
I think we
then
all
this
want to do
will
that.
be incorporated into, if this motion passes, this would be incorporated into the ordinance that gets brought back for second reading.
And I do want to note that it will also require minor administrative changes because we're introducing a new table, so we have to update some other tables of the zoning code. So just want to put that on the
Yeah,
record
you have
as
to put
well.
the JAD language in there and those kinds of things.
Yes.
Okay, that's my motion.
Just literally numbering, right? Yeah, okay.
Yep, I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Pease, you have your hand up, but are you actually asking a question?
I was going to ask the same question about the 10 or the 8. It seems like the majority's sticking with 10%, so I'll yield to that and support the motion.
Okay, thank you. City Clerk, we have a roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Christensen?
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
No. All right. Next. Thank you so much. Yeah. Passes 4-1.
Okay.
Like that
Okay,
out
this
loud.
is,
And Councilmember Marks is.
I'm going to have to leave the meeting, so I'm going to say goodbye. Goodbye.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye. All right, we have two more things. We have the community work agreement, and then we'll go into council liaison reports. So, next we have direction on terms of a community workforce agreement, and that's, I believe, Matt Horn and others. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of council. Tonight we have an update for you on concerning community workforce agreements and a future community workforce agreement for some of the city's largest projects. So as a reminder, it's been 3 months since we've been in front of council talking about that. At that time, Brian Nelson, our city engineer, and Justin Pickard with Water System Consultants provided, I think it was an excellent report dealing with all the public outreach and the historical data analysis that was accompanied with that report. Long story short is we're doing great with the projects that we commonly deliver, and we could do better with some of our largest ones. And with that, I'll ask Brian to kind of give us an update on where we're at with negotiating a new agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council for the opportunity to present tonight. First slide I'll bring up is the recommendation for tonight. Due to differences in the negotiation position with the trades and time constraints for finalization of the Cultural Arts District parking structure, staff's recommendation is to proceed without a CWA on the Cultural Arts parking structure and to continue dialogue with the trades for the CWA applicable to the Prado Road Interchange and Public Safety Center projects. As a reminder, workforce agreements stemmed from a major city goal work program for economic recovery, resiliency, and fiscal sustainability outlined in the current financial plan period. Tonight's item is Phase 3 of the CWA implementation process that was developed with the original council study session in September of 2021. Following initial direction from council in Phase 1 to prioritize implementation of the CWA, staff and consultants engaged in an extensive process from September through April of this year that involved stakeholder outreach with local business associations, contractors, consultants, the Trades Council, as well as an in-depth analysis of city projects for local contractor and local employment based on data to determine the most beneficial implementation of a community workforce within the city's capital improvement program. Phase 2 culminated in a policy framework approved by council, which I'll cover on the next slide. Phase 3, which is the current phase, involved taking council's policy direction from April to the Trades Council for a negotiated agreement. If an agreement was unable to be reached, staff would return to council for direction, which is the goal of tonight's meeting. And this slide is highlighting the previous direction from council that we received in April, which was to negotiate an agreement for the 3 legacy projects, which included the Cultural Arts parking structure, the Prado Road interchange, and the Public Safety Center project, which included a goal for 60% local worker participation and excluded prevailing wage services for professional services. Furthermore, based on the information provided in that meeting, council established a negotiation deadline of today, July 19th, due to the timing and delivery constraints for the parking structure project. Furthermore, direction was received to continue tracking for future potential inclusion of community workforce agreements on capital projects, and staff are already doing that work effort right now with recently bid projects and completed projects to gather local worker data. Furthermore, staff were directed to revisit the community workforce agreement after bidding of the last legacy project, and there was direction to continue outreach with educational resources for input. I'll pass it to Justin for the negotiation timeline.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Good evening, Mayor Stewart, members of council. This slide presents the negotiation timeline leading up to the meeting this evening. The Trades Council initially provided a draft of the proposed CWA in early March, prior to the April 19th City Council meeting when council established the negotiating objectives for the agreement. The city's team reviewed that draft CWA, and we prepared a counter-proposal that was shared with the Trades Council in advance of a negotiation meeting that was held on June 23rd. After the negotiation meeting, the Trades Council transmitted their first counter-proposal, and that was followed in relatively short succession by best and final offers from both parties as we approached our negotiating deadline for the Cultural Arts District parking structure project. So while we were able to reach tentative agreement on several issues through that negotiating process, there are still 3 outstanding issues where the city and the building trades have been unable to reach agreement. And those include the professional services exemption for inspection, testing, and surveying, our local worker participation goal, and the term of the agreement. So regarding the issue of professional services, the city's position is that inspection, testing, and land surveying services procured through professional services agreements should be excluded from coverage by the CWA. This position is consistent with direction that was previously provided by council, and it preserves the city's ability to procure these services competitively using a selection process that considers the professional qualifications and the experience of the individuals who are being proposed to perform this work. These inspection, testing, and surveying services are considered to be critical quality assurance and quality control functions that really help ensure the city's ability to control project quality, schedule, and budget. Excluding these professional services from coverage will also help ensure participation by local firms and their local employees who have built trusted relationships with city staff based on past project performance. And during the stakeholder outreach process that we performed as part of that Phase 2 CWA evaluation that Brian mentioned, most of the consultants on the city's on-call list who routinely provide these services to the city indicated they'd be less likely or unwilling to participate on future city projects if their services were covered by CWA requirements. The Trades Council's position, they would like to include these services in the scope of the CWA. From their perspective, these positions are subject to prevailing wage requirements. The craft workers who perform this work are represented by the Operating Engineers Union, who is a member of the Building Trades Council. And excluding specific crafts from coverage by the agreement is not acceptable to the Trades Council's membership. And in the June 23rd meeting, we discussed the possibility that there were local firms qualified to provide these services who'd be willing to sign on to the CWA, but we've yet to receive that information from the building trades. The next outstanding issue is the local worker participation goal. So the city proposed a 60% goal, which is consistent with previous council direction and council's primary objective of prioritizing the employment of local workers on these covered projects. Staff believes this goal is achievable based on historical local worker participation numbers for projects both with and without a CWA in place. As a part of that Phase 2 CWA evaluation effort, staff found that 90% of all labor hours on 14 city projects completed between January 2018 and September 2021 were performed by local workers. On the Slow Water Plus project, or the WRF upgrade, which has a CWA in place with a 30% local worker participation goal, approximately 81% of all labor hours through the end of May have been performed by local workers. And lastly, for the Los Osos Valley Road project, which is really one of our best data points for a large project constructed by an out-of-area contractor without a CWA in place, local worker participation was 69%. The Trades Council has countered with a 50% local worker participation goal, but they haven't elaborated on the basis for this number. And then finally, the last outstanding issue is the agreement term. The city is proposing a 5-year term, recognizing that the Public Safety Center project, which is one of the 3 legacy projects initially identified for coverage, might fall outside of that term. And the thought being that the staff would like to take advantage of the opportunity to leverage lessons learned on the first covered projects to potentially modify the agreement, renegotiate the agreement with the intent of improving project outcomes. Staff believes that this is consistent with previous council direction, which included a directive to track local worker participation, as Brian shared, on all city projects, and then also to come back as part of each 2-year financial plan and identify projects that could potentially benefit from a CWA. The Trades Council has proposed language that would include all 3 legacy projects in the CWA, even if they're bid and awarded outside of the 5-year term. And I will hand it back to Brian to discuss recommendations.
An objective of the policy framework from the April council meeting was the deadline to enter into an agreement by today. Staff have not reached those agreeable terms due to differences presented by Justin in preceding slides. This time constraint is the basis for recommendation 1 in the staff report. The 2 elements related to this time constraint are securing prevailing wage professional services, as well as finalization of construction contract documents. On June 21st, staff received Council's approval to request proposals for consultant services, as well as advertise for construction once the contract documents were finalized. The RFP for professional services was drafted to exclude the professional services provisions of the CWA for prevailing wage work per Council's directions in April. The release of the RFP has been delayed since June due to disagreements with the Trades Council for coverage of those professional services within the provisions of the Community Workforce Agreement. Staff have held the release, as I mentioned, 1 month, and further delay could impact advertisement of Phase 1B of the project, which is the grading and demolition of the site, which advertisement is currently scheduled for mid-October. It takes approximately 3 months to advertise and start work, get a consulting firm on board with the city due to the qualifications and review and interview process, as well as the purchase order process. It is our preference that the construction management firm be on contract with the city no later than the time that we advertise for construction of those services, so that the firm can be involved in that process of advertisement and be there to help respond to RFIs and assist the city in the overall process to get to contract award. On the design side, draft final submittals are due to the city on July 29th for the Phase 2 construction contract documents for both Public Works engineering review as well as community development building department submittal review. These contract documents must include newly developed specifications and procedures for implementation, administration of the community workforce agreement on the project. This work has not yet begun, as an agreement must first be reached. And July 29th is less than 2 weeks away, which doesn't allot much further time for negotiation and could delay completion of the final negotiated agreement, as well as the implementation and creation of the administrative and oversight specifications needed to enforce the community workforce agreement on the construction contractor. And with that, I'll close with the recommendation slide and open it to any questions council may have.
Thank you. Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, I just wanted to start by disclosing that before the meeting the past week, I've had some discussions with some of the local labor folks, and so it was suggested that for full transparency that I disclose that. My main question, I think from the slide presentation, I don't remember from the past was, I don't remember that our direction specifically included putting that 5-year limit on the on the contract. I remember it was for the 3 major legacy projects, but I don't remember that 5-year. Maybe I just am forgetting, but just wondered if I could get some clarification on that.
Yeah, I think the 5-year limit was based on when we had projected to enter construction of those projects, which the latest was fiscal year 25-26 for the Public Safety Center.
Okay. Did you want to comment?
And it was also a function of council's kind of discussion after the presentation. So we wanted to revisit the city's capital improvement plan, what projects would be of value to CWAs once every 2 years. So every 2 years, the city puts forth a pretty large capital improvement plan list. And so we want to make sure that we are looking at all the new projects coming in and putting those in the queue for future CWAs. So that was really the intent. It's administrative, it's learning from what we did last time and kind of having an end date to update. So that was the rationale for it.
Okay, I think that's kind of an important distinction, though. I wasn't thinking that if we didn't get the 3 projects done within a 5-year construction timeframe, that we would have to renegotiate one of those projects. That was more that we would continue to look for other projects that would be included in CWAs, correct?
Correct, yeah, and we're collecting certified payrolls, so we have the information that we sort of along the lines of what we presented in April to see where the employment is from people who work on those projects, so we can continue to present that with our financial plan to show those metrics, to convey to council that we are or are not seeing local employment on our capital improvement plan. And then as part of that process, make any recommendations at that time if we see benefits to inclusion of a CWA on select projects or areas where, we're seeing less local employment.
All right, Vice Mayor Christensen.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it, and I appreciate our audience sticking around for a long meeting. These are sometimes really hard. My question is more, I don't know if you can answer it, maybe, is just that I know the WRF did have the carve-outs for some of the professional services, and I don't really understand why. Do we know why we're not seeing an agreement on that? Why we can't get that professional services exemption hammered out? Have you gotten any reasoning behind that?
I think we've heard from the trades that there were local firms that were interested if that was a provision, but we haven't talked to any local firms, and we're not aware of any that would.
And I know that, okay, thank you, sorry. I know that with the WRF, we had, again, out-of-town big contractor who specialized in things like WRFs, which we don't have locally. And we carved out some of their top key people. Is that the same thing as we're talking about here with this professional service exemption? Or is it, that's a whole different thing?
That's the core worker provision.
That's the core worker, okay, and we're okay on, we've agreed on that part, okay. Just wanted to make sure I understood my terms. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pease? We can't hear you right now.
You can't hear me?
Now
Can
we
you
can.
hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. I think my questions have been answered. It's just the one that I have, if the CWA is not able to go forward, are there other, I remember when we first talked about CWAs, there was some comparison of other ways to encourage local workforce. And I remember it didn't have a whole lot of teeth to it. It's a little more aspirational, but is that something we'd want to incorporate? Would we have time? If we don't do that, are there other strategies we could incorporate that maybe aren't as strong and as effective with our bigger goals, but would still be better than nothing?
Actually, I think there are. So here's something to think about is with the Cultural Arts District parking structure, whatever we want to do for that project that's different than our standard methodology for design, build, construction, we're too late for. So anything that we want to change there will delay the implementation of that project. For future projects like the Prado Road interchange and or the Public Safety Center, there is time and there is our ability to add additional incentives, training, goal metrics for people to try to achieve.
And we did, in the WRF negotiations as an alternative, provide to council some alternative language that could be incorporated into the bid specifications, which we had analyzed at that time as being consistent with the legal concerns that are raised outside the context of a CWA. So we could revisit that language as Director Horn suggested on the other two projects, but they're pretty far down the path on this one.
Gotcha. Okay, and all right, I think that answers my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. You all asked my questions. Thank you very much. We'll move forward to public comment. And I have to find my list of public comment. Bear with me here. Oh, my. Sorry, it's not liking me right now.
Do you want me to do it?
There we go. Yes, please. That'd be great.
Ryan Stanley, and then Richard Van Humbuck.
Ryan had to go. He had to leave get up at 4 a.m. He was our only operator engineer comment.
Hi, I'm Richard Van Humbeck. I moved to San Luis Obispo and bought a home here in 2004 and raised my daughter here. Very happy to be here. My ability to be able to afford to come here and raise her here and enjoy living here is because of the apprenticeship opportunities I got through being a member of the Carpenters. I look at every one of these projects as an opportunity to take a young guy coming out of school or a young woman, as you have sisters in the brotherhood now, and give them an opportunity to have a successful career, as I've been able to do. When we lose these opportunities, 1/3 of the workforce that goes into these projects typically are apprenticeship. And this area is growing. We need all the skilled and trained people we can get. And skilled and trained workforce language is generally in CWAs. And not being able to offer these people coming out of school that start to be able to make a living and grow up and raise their families in the same communities that they were able to grow up in is a tragedy. And I hope we consider that when we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Benson and then Autumn Brown.
Good evening, Madam Mayor again and council members. I just want to make a friendly reminder to the council about the value of CWAs and that consideration should include the total value impact such an agreement has on our community. When our dollars are spent on local labor, that money is reinvested in our local economy by those local employees buying goods and services from local businesses, which are then reinvested again. Further, having local labor agreements enables new opportunities for those in our local community looking to increase their skill set and otherwise advance their career opportunities. As to issue 1, it appears staff is waiting to be provided information from the Trades Council, and because they haven't been provided any names of local firms from the council since June 23rd, the conclusion is the CWA should not be used. Given the value to our local economy, I would suggest that staff be directed to actively reach out to the Trade Council and ask for an explicit confirmation of whether or not a local firm can be provided, rather than using silence as acceptance. As to issue 2, staff is citing the difference of the proposed 60% local work participation versus the Trade Council's proposed 50%. Given the operative language in section 3.5.2 that the percentage is a goal rather than a hard requirement, this would not seem to be a material issue for either party. As to issue 3, as stated in the staff report, prioritizing employment of local workers is the council's primary objective. As such, the term length is a red herring, as the same priority will exist outside of the 5 years, and the cited rationale of leveraging lessons learned remains available throughout the agreement, given Article 15, labor and management cooperation. Now, I'm sure the staff has done great work to get to this point in negotiations. However, I think the benefits of having a CWA outweigh the cited administrative burden. As such, I encourage you to direct staff to continue negotiations for application of a CWA to the Cultural Arts District parking structure, given that the issues cited for why CWA is not feasible are not really issues at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Autumn Brown, it's Miguel Velasquez. Pedro Toscano.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for hearing us tonight, and thank you all diehards for sticking it out. We all have a very early morning and a long day tomorrow. My name's Autumn Brown, and I'm a journeyman carpenter. I've worked in construction for right around 17 years now. Luckily for me, I've been fortunate enough to be able to spend most of those 17 years working locally. Not always. There's times where I, like everyone else, have to go out of town to work. That's a burden financially and for the family. And speaking on behalf of myself as a woman, I do believe that not having reliable local work is particularly burdensome for women in construction, so much so that I believe it's a primary barrier to them actually having a successful construction career. So I think a lot don't even start, don't even really give it a shot, because there's a lot of barriers there. CWAs are an effective way to ensure a local workforce on publicly funded projects, and as I think most of us believe and know that there are innumerable benefits for the local economy when people who live here work here, and it's especially beneficial for families. So whatever obstacles you're facing right now with pursuing a CWA for this parking structure project, I urge you to seek a path around them. Thanks.
Thank you.
After Pedro, it'll be Manley McNitch.
Hello, good evening, Madam Mayor Stewart and City Council members. My name is Pedro Toscano. I represent the Carpenters local men and women members present here tonight, and I would like to thank them for sticking around. We are in support of state accredited apprenticeship programs, local hire that produce job, wages, and benefits for all of our members and our families. I would like to state that we are in support of the CWA Community Workforce Agreement for the Cultural Arts Parking Structure. And thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Almost good morning. Thank you for your time. Thank you for having us in here tonight. Right off the bat, I'd like to address the alternative ways of going about doing things without the CWA. In the WRF project over here, when we were doing the job assignments, the day we were sitting in there with the contractor and all the different trades and everything, it was uncovered that day that PCL had planned on awarding most of the concrete work to the laborers. That would have been misclassification, and it was over 12,000 hours we were able to recover as a result of the CWA. Your alternative goals would never have caught that, ever, because you guys don't look for that kind of stuff. And it's no fault of yours. You're not aware of it, so I'm not trying to be negative about it or anything. It's just, unless you're out in the industry, you don't see it. Sitting in here, you'll never even know what's going on because it's just not brought up to the surface. When you have these CWAs, that kind of stuff gets filtered out in there and it gets straightened out the way it belongs. CWA that we have in place right now has been very successful. Some of these guys that are sitting in here right now work there. And if they hadn't gone through the CWA, they most likely wouldn't be working there right now. They'd be out of town. I'm going to strongly urge that it goes forward because we're going to have the same issue with the same group of people every time you bring up a CWA over the testing. I mean, they've established a pattern now that's what they're going to try and throw a wrench in the gears every time. I think it's kind of come time to kind of negotiate around it or just go forward like we did at the wharf. We went forward. They're not signed on it. We did basically the same CWA over 5 cities redundancy project. They used it for a model. Same problem over there. They didn't want to do it because of the testing. The trades came around at the last minute, signed off on it without them signing on to it. The operators didn't sign on, but the trades did sign on. So it still went forward. There's no reason why it can't keep going on like that. That pretty much covers what I've got to say. But I hope you definitely go forward with it because if you stop on this one, it's going to keep stopping the rest of them. The pattern's going to continue. Hopefully you don't let them succeed at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Final person, because there's no one else in the room. Thank you so much. Okay, any comment from staff? Good.
Sure, I just wanted to address a couple of comments. I think we're not, as a staff negotiating team, not in disagreement with the last speaker. The issue is that the representatives at the bargaining table are trades representatives, and the communication that's been provided to us as staff is essentially the exclusion for the professional services is a deal breaker, as reflected in what we believe to be the immovable position that they conveyed to us as their last best and final offer. So we don't have a unilateral ability to negotiate around that issue. It's a mutual consent issue with the trades. So, we would have been happy to continue that conversation, but that's unfortunately just not where we were. And that did come from the WRF agreement. That same exclusion existed in the WRF agreement. And we are aware that it's been negotiated in other agreements since ours. And so we did not expect that to be a deal breaker this time around. In terms of the additional information requested of the trades, I just want to make clear to council, I think you already know this, but we don't ever take silence as assent. That's not how your council and your negotiating team operates. So certainly we conveyed, both verbally and in writing, both at the table and subsequent to negotiations, that we understood that they had agreed to or represented that there were these available professional services providers that were signatory that had indicated they would be willing to work on the project. We requested that information both at the bargaining table, and both our outside counsel and I followed up in writing to check on the status of that information provision, and we haven't heard anything.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just have one sort of follow-up question related to that. So where are we in terms of, I know you came to us tonight to ask for further direction to go forward without the CWA on the parking structure, and recommend that you continue or get parameters to negotiate, to continue to negotiate on the other two projects. Are we at a pretty much drop dead date if today, as of today, if the parties in negotiation with us were to provide that information that you had requested tomorrow, is it still essentially too late to stay on schedule?
My understanding is that the project critical path for the Cultural Arts District, that we have passed that point, because at a bare minimum, we would need to hear from council as to whether or not that information provided was persuasive. We had genuinely hoped and tried to achieve having that information available in advance of this meeting as we prepared and finalized the staff report, for that very reason, because this is kind of the drop dead date for that particular project for decision. And so we were hopeful that you would have that information available to you to consider in your deliberations tonight, but unfortunately, we've not received that. And I don't know if there's a representative from the Trades Council. There's none of the negotiating team here tonight, and to my knowledge, other than the very brief correspondence that we received, we haven't received any other information or correspondence from the trades, unless you individually have heard from them and want to share that with your colleagues. The staff, your negotiating team has not.
Thank you. And just to follow up with that question, so not suggesting this, just asking a question. If we were to say we wanted to wait and try to figure this out, and August 16th was our next one, how much later would the structure have to get postponed?
I'll need to defer to your public works staff on that.
It's hard to say, because we would still have to go back and develop specifications that would delay. We'd be going back and reviewing revised specifications that included the new language. We'd have to get our design team on board to integrate those in the plans and specs. We would be after our anticipated final deliverable date, which I think, in the staff report was September 29th. So we're in this crunch period where we're submitting documents and reviewing documents. And so if we go and revise those later, that could delay our ultimate delivery and release of advertisement for phase 2. So based on the cost of the project, every month of delay is approximately $200,000 in additional cost in the current construction climate. So that's primarily what we're trying to avoid, is the additional cost of the city that could be realized through delay of the project.
The other factor just to take into account is just our slow rep partners. They're working off this schedule as well, and so and then our downtown slow partners. So there's a lot of pieces that we'd have to completely recalibrate.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Christensen.
Yeah, I'm really bummed, because we, as a council, especially me, who's worked with county planning on the solar projects and then was very, very, very supportive of the Wharf CWA, we understood the concerns we're having with the cultural arts parking garage, because we knew there was deadlines, and we just heard a tiny bit about those. And we gave very clear directions, and we had representatives, here in the audience who heard our direction that we said, we really mean we have to be pretty close to agreement by today and in terms of the cultural arts CWA. So to me, it seems like in terms of that, we are really just kind of shit out of luck, if you want to use some different kinds of language than I usually do. And unfortunately, because I wanted this to happen too, and I really think it's unfair for our public comment person to say something about staff accepting silence, because that's not the way the staff has been working on this. I want to make that very clear. They have been, as we know, our city attorney's office works very, very hard when they know that our direction has been to get one of these agreements in place and not getting the information they need from our the negotiation team across from the table. It didn't happen. It was real clear. Our city attorney's office has kept us informed about, when these conversations have happened, and there's been plenty of time, and unfortunately, we're not getting what we need, and we've got a hard deadline. So I'm reluctantly having to say, go ahead with the cultural arts without the CWA, which really, like I said, really freaking bums me out, because I do think they're incredibly valuable in every way you've named, and every way I could probably name more. However, I definitely want to direct staff to continue with negotiations, try to figure out a way around this professional services exemption. I don't understand, we can't either carve it out because it's not working, or, and get all the other benefits, or what, but that's something that should happen. Maybe we can put a little pressure on our end, not against staff, but the other side. And then, on the other two issues, and the reason that the professional services exemption is so important to work out is because that also involves local workers and local firms and local people. So we want to make sure we're not, making one group really happy and another group really bummed. So that's why that's important. But I do feel that we have wiggle room on the local worker participation goal. I think 50%, 60%, it's always good to try for more, but I think we're going to get more whether we make that an official goal or not. So I'm okay with sticking at 50% if that's the last and final offer on that one. And I'm also willing to work on the term discussion, because I do feel that the council intended these three legacy projects to be included in CWA without having to renegotiate. So I'm thinking, Prado Road and Public Safety Center project, and then you take a look at it. So that's kind of where I'm at, and that could be more than 5 years, hopefully not. But so those two things I'm really more than willing to be open about. But this first one that we're having problems with is a problem. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
Thank you. Councilmember Pease, were you wanting to comment?
I think my colleagues have captured the super unfortunate situation really well, and I think Mr. Benson points out correctly that it seems like we ought to be able to get past these. And our speakers from the unions, I guess I still have that question, like, is there a way for, it just seems like the disconnect between the Tri-County Trades Council and the rest of the folks who are the local ones that we're working with all the time are not able to see eye to eye. And so I don't know if there is some way to go forward as we did in the WRF and just, one group doesn't sign on. So I'm also frustrated because obviously that's not something we can take point on. And I think that that's really up to the trades folks. So yes, unfortunately, unless something miraculous happens tomorrow, that all of this gets some workaround, I think we need to go forward with a staff recommendation and make sure that we keep this project moving forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman.
Bummed is a good word for it. Yeah, I echo that. I'm very bummed. I had actually hoped that maybe the information that was requested about the potential firms that could meet the professional services needs could be provided so that we could maybe circle back, and although we had agreed to carve that out, that we would have the evidence that we needed to include those groups, potentially in the CWA as well. And I agree with what Vice Mayor Christensen said about the other two items. I think that those were not insurmountable issues. It's just this one. So I feel like we're between a rock and a hard place if we want to stay on schedule. So it's just really unfortunate.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's where we're all really frustrated around the situation, is I wish there was a way that we could have things signed tomorrow with the carve out, if there was some way.
Memorandum of understanding with the carpenters union, just eliminate them, because 90% of that job's carpenter work anyway.
Something to discuss.
I'm gonna need to get some outside legal counsel advice on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't understand, and it says in the staff report too, that you don't know why the Trades Council wanted less participation. We're suggesting more participation, so that makes no sense.
Well, I think the reasoning behind it is, you'd always like to underpromise and overdeliver, and they're trying to give themselves a greater buffer. We believe that the position we've put forward still accomplishes that, given what the data disclosed about our historical local worker participation even on WCWA projects.
Yeah.
Particularly with the WRF, well overachieved the 60%. So we didn't think that that was an insurmountable goal, given the body of data.
Right, I mean, that's from what we saw from the wharf, but also from what we've seen from other people who weren't even involved in the wharf. It's been local, so it just seemed odd, but, okay. And I guess, Mr. Horn, you said it well, it was the end date to update, but I was concerned around the 5-year minimum, especially since we're seeing everything take longer. I would imagine the Public Safety Center is not going to be done in 5 years. I mean, just with the way that everything's going. But, so I would hate to have that be a thing that cuts us off from the future of having a CWA. I would hope that we would still have a CWA for, thank you, Prado Interchange and for Public Safety Center, especially because I thought we talked about kind of a minimum maximum amount was really the project dollars was what drove why we picked those 2 projects or 3 projects, so.
Yeah, and I think that the objective was that we were capturing projects within that 5-year window, at least for the bidding, if not for the completion of construction, which would be accommodated by the agreement. But it also, because because these agreements are so involved, and once you sign on to them, they are so integrally enmeshed in your project. A typical contract has an out clause, right? A typical contract has we can terminate for lack of funding, we can terminate for, just preference of parties. It doesn't work that way once you've bid a project with this type of agreement attached to it, because it is enmeshed in your front end and back end documents, and you can't unwind all of those strings. And so I think staff's objective with the 5-year, and if I'm misstating this, someone please correct me, but part of that was to just give us a checkpoint and a motivator to evaluate progress. And the renegotiation at the 5-year mark could be as simple as, things are going great, let's extend this like we do with 1-page extensions of agreements all the time that come before council, that extends an RFP list another 5 years, or whatever the case may be. But a prompt to come back to the table and have a fully fleshed discussion about how we're doing together and what refinements we might want to make from either side. There could be things from the trade side as well that would require refinement. So that's the logic, but certainly that's a pretty pure policy decision for the council to make.
Thank you.
Some of that was born out of our discussions with the suggestion we looked to Port Hueneme. They had a term, and so after their first term, they gave some, they had some lessons learned, and so they were preparing to sit down with the trades again and refine the agreement to try to improve it.
Mr.
I'll add on one thing too. In addition to those points too, it was also about updating and revising the list of projects that would be included in the CWA with future financial plans. So having a reasonable instrument to log all the projects that we want to do with the CWA, that would work nicely for this agreement, but administratively, it kind of looks like we're going to have to do it with multiple agreements and kind of combine those together and track them more closely if we don't get this provision. Not a huge issue, it's just more of a more bureaucratic issues that will pop up for future councils.
Got it, thank you. Vice Mayor Christensen?
I kind of don't get it. I don't, I don't get how us saying we want to have a CWA cover the public safety thing and then be reevaluated is more work or less. I don't get what you guys are saying, actually, is what I'm trying to tell you. Here's what I want to, here's what I want to do, and I want to be real clear. The reason we want to be able to reevaluate whatever terms CWAs are in, but we don't want them to go away because we don't want a future council being able to go, oh, never mind, we don't like them anymore. That's the political risk. You don't want that political risk. This council's great. Maybe a future council might be great, but you don't want to have 5 or 6 or 10 years from now, another council going, oh, CWAs, they're terrible. Why they would do that, I don't know, but you want to be able to avoid that. So you want reevaluations and slight negotiations without actually having things fail and expire and having to actually recommit to CWAs. It's our little legacy that we're trying to preserve, but also give a little flexibility. So that's all I'm saying. And I want to say, and I also want to have the expectation from our trades that these 2 big projects are fully intended to be CWA covered, however that gets written. So I don't know if that's more confusing or less confusing, but that's, the later I get, the worse I don't even understand myself sometimes.
I know, it's past 11. We didn't have an official motion.
Madam Mayor, if
Go
I
ahead.
could just respond to that. Obviously, there is no way for one council to forever bind another council, and those decisions can always be revisited by a council. They can be made more or less difficult. You can put a future council in a position where they would be in breach of a contract. You know, if that reconsideration were warranted, my recommendation to you, if you wanted to lengthen the term, would be that we also consider language about termination after some reevaluation period. So there needs to be an out whereby a future council's financial decisions are not bound by this one.
Yes, but it would be after the Public Safety Service Center. That's the idea. Yeah. I understand that, but you know as well as I do, it's easier to get reelected as an incumbent than it is come on as a new person. Same with contracts. Easier to have the council be approached with, hey, we got this thing that we need to reevaluate, reconfirm, than a brand new thing you have to totally recommit. So just.
And if the desire of the council is to commit to a renegotiation, that's certainly a clause that we could consider negotiating with the trades to commit to X number of months or a year in advance of scheduled termination of the agreement. The parties shall sit down.
That'd be great.
And consider. So that's another way to address that concern, perhaps.
And that way it doesn't expire necessarily. I mean, it still may expire, but with that renegotiation, that gives it, before it expires, to have that discussion. And that would be amenable.
Which is what staff's effectively proposing anyway, I believe.
I will, I'll make the motion. As you can see from all of us, it's a bit begrudging, but we also don't want to stop the parking structure. So we'll make the motion to go ahead and accept the staff recommendation with the exception of intending to include the Public Safety Center. So if we get to the point that we are at close, that year before the 5 years expiration, that there will be an expected negotiation with the trades. Does that sound appropriate?
And am I understanding your motion to include the direction to agree to the trades proposal to address the term language as we just discussed, to agree to the trades proposal on the 50% threshold, and to continue with the city position on the professional services? Or is there any change in majority direction on the professional services?
No, I think it's fine. If the trades would like 50%, I think that is easier than if they were asking for 60 and we were asking for 50. So I'm completely okay with that. And I mean, I think to me, it seems as that if we could move forward with carving out the operator engineers, that would seem to be successful, but I don't think we can do that. So here we are.
Not without the assent of the trades.
No. And it's not as though I'm against operational engineers, but without the operations engineers list, we're kind of stuck in this space. So that's, and Ryan was going to speak today, and he actually came today, but unfortunately, he had to leave, so we couldn't get to actually hear if he had that list with him or something else. So that's my motion.
I'll second.
Can we have a roll call? Pretty please.
Mayor Stewart,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Christensen,
Yes.
Councilmember Schwarzman,
Yes.
Councilmember Pease.
Yes.
The motion passes 4-0 with Councilmember Marks not available for this item. Well, thank you so much for everyone coming. We really, really appreciate it. All right, so the last thing we have today is liaison reports. I'm just going to go first really quickly at the mayor. Thank you so much.
If it makes you feel better, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Good night. Thank you.
So to make it quick, mayor's meeting we had last week, and lots of great things, but bottom line is there are two things we need to make sure to get any advocacy into Senator Laird with our bills and our advocacy, either opposing or supporting, by the end of this month to actually get the most review, which is great. And I've already passed that on to city manager. Also, we discussed, Fiona Ma was there and providing all this information. Some was about the grants that you mentioned earlier, city manager, for the cultural arts. And one thing that really struck all of us as mayors was CMFA, the JPA that helps provide funding for affordable housing. So when we were talking about earlier incentivizing money for housing, this was one of the ways. So we are planning on bringing him in August to the mayor's meeting in SLO. A representative, I should say, versus just randomly him, a representative from the JPA, and that will be, I think, really interesting conversation. So we'll see what that looks like. And I'll pass it on if anyone else had any reports. All right, well, thank you so much, everybody, for this very late meeting. I can't believe it's 11:30. Thank you for everyone's patience, and we will not meet August 2nd because that is a previously scheduled canceled meeting. And we will be back together here August 16th at 5:30 p.m. Hopefully, all the council will be here. Have a good night, everybody.